So, I had a fair few ideas pop across my brain today, but we settled on this one. Playing Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. Now, some of you may be aware of the remake, some of you may be aware of the other Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance that happened, but this is the original PS2 version. Not the remake, not the weird one that apparently nobody really liked that much. I don't actually know it myself. I just remember hearing people complain about it. So, business as usual for newer things. But this is definitely one of the games that started me on the track of being hooked on action RPGs as a concept, I would say. The D&D game for the original Xbox, of course Diablo itself, and a handful of other things definitely cemented this genre in my brain fairly early on. There are more options for that as well, but we won't go into the whole list because we'll be here all day. Point being, I do have a history with this, and I do have a history with this genre, as you've seen. I've never actually finished this, though, somehow. Despite it apparently only being like a 12-hour game to get through, I remember spending a lot longer than that playing this and never finishing it. But you can easily just wander around for a very long time if you are just messing around, attacking things, and doing whatever you see fit, so that really isn't too much of a shock there. As you can see, I've already adjusted all the volume. It should all be good. We'll see how it goes as it goes, because this is voice acted, and the volume of the voice acting is mixed bag, as you'd expect from this era. So there are going to be times where you're not going to be able to hear them properly. Not much I can do about that. I did the best I could. So, we'll play that by ear as we go. There is subtitles, you'll know what they're talking about anyway. It'll be fine. There was one other thing I wanted to talk about right here at the beginning. What was it? Oh yeah. If I want to, when I'm done with this, I am going to see if I can get people for some of the other games similar to this, and see if we can actually make some group work out of that. We'll see how that ends up going. I do think it would be fun to take like a handful of people that haven't experienced Dark Alliance 2, myself included really. I have never actually played Dark Alliance 2, or Champions of Norath, or Return to Arms, or even some of the Sacred games, depending on what I can make work. I just think those would be interesting to drag people through. So I'll have to check the length on some of those, because I don't know if people are going to be up for doing something like that for too long, but it's an idea. We'll stick to normal. Now, these are all viable options. They're all quite good in their own things. We're going to stick with the basic human archer here, because it gives me a decent variety of options in case I get myself into a bad spot somewhere along the way. Because I do remember a couple points in this being kinda mean, but again, this was much younger brain. I easily could have been bad at it. So, the option remains open. The other safer option probably would be the Dwarven Fighter, because I seem to recall the Dwarven Fighter being nigh impossible to get killed, as long as you're not being too stupid. But twang twang goes the bow will be handy. And they are decent in melee as well, so it'll work out. And off we go. I'll let the game speak for itself here. Behold the big one. Because this is, of course, split into acts, as you might imagine.
You are weary from your travels, but mesmerized at the sight of Baldur's Gate. Not only a town of myth and legend, but also a place where one can find fame and fortune round every corner. It is night as you enter the city, and it seems strangely deserted.
Well, aside from those two.
But But you soon discover that the night holds danger as well. And in an instant, that danger is upon you.
10 out of 10, most subtle ambush ever.
Easy pickings, hey, Karn?
Indeed. Let's see what our little ambush has won us.
Halt! Who goes there?
It's the watch.
Let's get out of here!
Yes, but take the gold. Leave the rest for the watch.
Yeah, you know, don't stop them or anything. Just stand there and stare at them with your halberds, you know.
Damnable thieves. They grow bolder with each passing day.
Still some life in this one. Looks like all they did was make off with some possessions.
Easy, easy there. That's quite a blow you took.
I think we got a hard head.
Those thieves that attacked made off with your possessions. But at least you're alive.
Relatively
We're becoming
speaking.
more bold with each passing day.
You'd best stay off the streets after the sun sets. It's not safe out here.
You could seek shelter in the Elf Song Tavern. It's close enough.
Aye, more than enough cutthroats there. Could be one of them would even know how to find those that attacked you.
Yeah, you know, great idea. This guy gets his head caved in and you steer him towards people that might help him find the people that whacked him upside the head.
Drawn
That
by
won't go
a
badly.
haunting voice, you come to the Elf Song Tavern. It is a small place, filled with a motley assortment of patrons and grisly trophies. There, the haunting voice is all around you, and the patrons are silent as the song washes over them. One by one, they all seemed lost in its call.
Get used to this place. We're gonna be here for a bit.
Beautiful song, isn't it? I've heard her sing 100 times, and each time it still moves me. It's the spirit of an elven woman. She haunts this tavern, singing once every couple of nights.
Her dialogue is one of the examples of probably a bit hard to hear. But only this intro bit for her, for some reason, is this low. Her voice goes up measurably as soon as this dialogue ends, for some reason.
No one truly knows. Her spirit was here when I first bought this tavern. Some say she sings for a lost love, a soldier who died defending Baldur's Gate. They say she sings in the hope he will hear her voice and return home. Still, that's nothing but hearsay and tales. Welcome to the Elf Song Tavern. What can I get you?
Yeah. Something for a bruised skull, probably? You don't have anything like that, huh?
Sounds like members of that new thieves guild I've been hearing about. You're lucky to be alive. Word is they're responsible for the murder of 2 city watchmen and the disappearance of several thieves from the old guild.
Based on the quality of city watchmen I ran into on my way in here, I'm not so sure that that's that impressive a task to have taken out a couple of them. And again, it was 3-2 and they ran off, so maybe they're just a bunch of cowards anyway.
Yes. Look, I wouldn't cross blades with those thugs if I were you. Just stay clear of them unless you want to end up dead in an alley, all right?
They did take all my stuff, and I don't appreciate that.
Well, no one knows where their guild hall is. Still, if you're determined to find them, try the sewers.
Yeah, typical. Sewer rats living in the sewers.
I'll wager they've been using them to move around Baldur's Gate. It's probably what's been driving all those sewer rats up to the surface. Well, there's a gate to the sewers in the cellar of this tavern. I locked it up a long time ago, before the Guild War began.
Very convenient that this place just happens to have a gate to the very sewers I need to go to, huh?
Well, there's a problem with that. Actually, maybe we can help each other out. Well, we've had to lock up the cellar because of the horde of rats that suddenly showed up down there. Clear them out for me, and I'll give you the key to the sewer gate. And a little gold to help you get back on your feet.
See,
What do you say?
there's a fundamental problem with this idea, in that we have literally nothing. So what do you expect me to do? Punch the rats to death? Which I probably could do that, but that's neither here nor there.
The door to the cellar's locked, so you'll need to get the key from Ethon over in the corner there. Luck be with you. And watch those rats. Some of them can be vicious when backed in a corner.
I mean, that is how rats work, yeah. Now, she says in the corner, but I guess she just meant the corner of the bar, because Ethon's just right here. You would think maybe this guy would be Ethon, or the barrel over there is Ethon, but no, he's just here. Thankfully, the game makes it very clear. It's this guy.
Welcome, friend. I saw you come in. Nasty bump on the head you've got there. Something I can do for you? I do. We locked the door to the cellar once the rats started swarming around down there. Did you need it for something?
I'm just gonna be direct. I need to get to the sewer, and I need your key.
The gate to the sewers? What do you want to get to that rusty thing for? It's been sealed for years.
Look, see this bump on my head? I would like to return the favor. And apparently the people that did it are down there.
Friend, if I were you, I'd leave well enough alone. They let you live once. No sense in trying your luck twice. Let them go.
To be fair, they probably would have killed me if the watch hadn't shown up, but I'm pissed. This is fine.
Well, if the thieves won't keep you from going down there, maybe the rats will.
So you think the guy who's stupid and angry enough not to be afraid of the Thieves Guild is going to be afraid of some rats? Yeah, sure, that makes sense, uh-huh.
All right, then. I won't say I didn't warn you. Here's the key to the cellar door. Don't be too long, or else I'll have to come down and get you. Oh, and before you go, take this dagger. It's not much, but it might do you some good.
Thank you, someone with sense, to give the guy who's got nothing and is gonna go pell-mell off into danger something sharp to stab things with, instead of expecting me to punch everything. May as well talk to the rest of the clown show in here before we head down. Except this guy. As you can see, he's a little gone at the moment. And there's this guy.
What do you want? I got no coin to spare, so don't think your begging will make me part with a single copper.
You know, I was just given this knife, and I really do need somebody to test it on. And you calling me a beggar makes it very tempting to have you be the test dummy.
Oh, there's always been thieves in Baldur's Gate. This latest batch may be a bit more bloodthirsty than most, but they haven't crossed me yet. Still, I'd rather be able to part with my coins at the bar than keep them in my purse.
You know, you did make a very important statement there, specifically the word yet. The Thieves Guild doesn't care, they'll hit anybody they can. But you never seem to hold on to any money, so I guess you aren't really in any danger from them.
The bartender, Aelith, cut me off 2 nights ago. I keep coming back, hoping she'll change her mind, but she hasn't come around yet.
You do seem like the local drunk. I don't see any reason why she would change her mind about continuing to enable your habit. You know, the gold's probably good, but sometimes people actually decide to try to keep you from drowning yourself in alcohol.
And with the cellars locked, I can't slip down below to get a spare bottle to tide me over. But maybe you could.
Have you considered that stealing the bottles is why you got cut off instead of the drinking problem?
Yeah, if you could find some way to get that cellar door key from old Ethon, then head down to the cellars to get me a bottle, I'd make it worth your while.
I mean, this key, the one I already have, yeah. You know what? If I find a bottle, sure, why not? You're willing to pay for it, so I'll take that. And our best friend in this place, Bartley the shopkeeper here. We're gonna be seeing a fair bit of him.
Welcome, friend.
If you're looking for a good blade or a sturdy shirt of chainmail, you've come to the right place. Our stock may be a bit low at the moment with the recent demand for weapons and armor, but a new shipment should be coming in soon.
To say I have been in this man's shop enough back then that I still hear his voice lines in my head occasionally when I'm dealing with other shopkeepers is not a lie.
Well, I don't know the cause, friend, but the word is there's been some trouble between the thieves' guilds of late. No matter to me if the two groups kill each other. Never had much use for thieves myself. Now, what can I do for you? Our shop carries the finest dwarven weapons, brought here all the way from the Sunset Mountains.
And yes, he is going to keep babbling the entire time we're shopping. He's kind of like one of those...
Axes, bows. We have everything you need right here.
He's like one of those incessant customer service people that follow you around the store the whole time. Arguably slightly more endearing. But as you can see, he's got some good stuff. He's got magic weapons, some good armor.
Or a helm to protect your own. You'll come to the right place.
And he also has some magic accessories that may be part of our choice here.
Then look no farther. You'll find my shop has excellent weapons at reasonable prices.
Well, I don't know about the reasonable prices part with the prices of some of these things, but sure thing, bud. Enough of your babbling, I've got work to do. Specifically, we have to go do the classic rat stabbing to start any adventure. And then we might actually be able to go do more interesting things. See, this is how we attack. We just flail wildly with our knife until the thing in front of us isn't alive anymore. Like these vicious barrels and pots that are all over the place down here. We are going to want all those arrows. We are an archer, after all. Not that we have a bow to use. We didn't even have a bow with us when we got here, though, so I don't know if it was stolen or if this guy's just bad at being an archer. Could go either way, really. We are only a level 1 archer, so it's not like he's experienced in his job, I guess. These pedestals allow you to save. You can't save any other way, so make sure to pay attention for pedestals, or you're going to be very sad when you have extra work to do, regaining lost progress. And yes, this tiny little knife can just split a rat in half. Don't question how. We are the hero. We're able to split things in half because we can. We'll of course be breaking everything in sight in order to pick up gold because, well, you saw the prices. I don't think I need to explain further why we'd need gold. And we immediately find a better thing to cut our enemies down with, a rusty short sword. Which I think is a guaranteed drop in that box, because I tested this twice and got one both times, and I seem to recall always finding one. But it may also be character specific, I don't remember. Difficulty may also have a factor in it. And for the time, these water effects are actually pretty neat. Like actually having water that fully reacts to your movements. It's like I can spin and actually cause a different ripple. We don't have a jump button, so I can't actually like jump and show you it rippling a different way. But you'll see enemies walk through it too, and they're actually just as obvious as I am as far as their movements through the water goes. Now you may wonder why I chose the word obvious. You'll understand later why I say that. Foreshadowing of a certain thing that exists in this world. I have made a horrible mistake. And that's how easily you can die sometimes. Now, you may think I did that on purpose. You may think that was an accident. I'll let you decide which the truth is. You may have saw a red icon pop up with a cross through it. That was indicating I had no potions. Is you have a button to press that just immediately will use a healing potion if you have one. That'll be your R2. L2 does the same thing but for rejuvenation potions. Now, as you might imagine, you don't have a lot of either of those at first. And and the arrangement of enemies in these rooms is slightly random. Like, I think they wander around in the room. But the important part of that demonstration was you can get stun locked. Because you do recoil a little bit on some attacks. So don't just go running straight into an army of enemies, or you're probably going to have exactly what happened to me a moment ago happen to you. You will just get minced. The wiser man lets them come to you through a doorway so that they can't swarm you. As you can see, they're not exactly a threat without them being able to just stun lock you. And of course, we're getting way more potions this time than we did a moment ago. Oh, and you'll notice the camera spinning occasionally. That's because I'm turning the camera around to check for things, because the right stick moves the camera, as you might imagine. And I'm moving myself with the left. Is unlike PC action RPGs where you use the mouse for all of that, you have to use the sticks here, because, you know, console game. So if I start swinging and end up wildly missing, you know why? It's because I don't have independent aiming, because the right stick is the camera. I have to point my body at the thing I want dead, and sometimes that is easier said than done. Put the rusty sword back on. Yeah, we have 3 healing and 4 rejuvenation potions this time. Also, let's take a quick look at what we can learn as a human archer. You can pick up Arcane Quiver, which makes arrows lighter because... where are they? Arrows do have weight, and you do have a carrying capacity limit, as you can see up there with the scales. So, fundamental problem we're going to constantly have is carrying enough arrows to be effective, but also not breaking our spine with them. So I'll probably be picking up Arcane Quiver sooner rather than later, but it does cost 5 points, so it's going to take a bit. Then you have your elemental arrows. You've got Hail of Arrows, which obviously, as it gets better, shoots more arrows, so you do want that if you're going to be focusing on using your arrows. Enchant Arrows, which just makes your arrows hit harder. Exploding Arrows, which are exactly what they say in the tin. They're fun. Repulsion, which pushes everything away from you. Good for keeping spacing if you're actually planning on being only ranged. Dodge, which does, again, what it says on the tin. Makes you better at not getting hit in the face, which in this world improves your armor class, instead of just making you not get hit. Deflect Missiles, which again, does what it says on the tin. You occasionally will just knock missile weapons away, which is very handy. Endurance, which makes you carry more things. Toughness, which makes you not die as quickly. Willpower does the same, but for mana. Meditation regenerates it. Intestinal Fortitude regenerates your health. Combat Reflexes makes you attack faster. We're going to be investing in that. Death Blow, which is critical hit damage, and improved critical, which is critical hit rate. And that's what we got. That's what the archer does. So you can see why he is obviously designed to be a ranged combatant, but has at least a little bit of capacity to be better in melee with the increased attack speed and the critical chance. And having basic health regeneration and things like that also make you viable in melee without having to just turn to drinking potions ad infinitum, which we'll probably be doing anyway. Is this genre does more often than not kind of turn into drinking your way to victory, so... Though in recent times, they've gotten a bit more particular about that idea by adding more situations where there are cooldowns on your potions and things of that nature. And let's not forget the games that limit the amount of potions you can carry more heavily in order to avoid that problem as well. The shiny ruby. Because I'm sure somebody will want to give me money for a ruby. Precious gems are always on the market. Now, as far as, like, Forgotten Realms and Baldur's Gate and everything. I did, in my youth, read some of the Forgotten Realms books, though I remember basically none of that at this point, because, God, that was a long time ago. I do remember enjoying them somewhat, even if they were almost always fairly basic. That's what they were designed to be, so that makes sense. I do recall that some things from those books, because they're part of just the Forgotten Realms universe in general, are going to pop up here. So maybe that'll spark memories. Who knows? We'll find out. You are going to want to keep your eye open for secrets as well, because this game does have a few. I will show y'all one that I found when I was testing on our way through this cellar. When we get to it, you'll know it pretty quickly, because it's not that much of a secret. Which is why it was so easy to find. But you can't just dawdle along and expect to run into them consistently. And that's all the rats. Return to the tavern to receive a reward from Aelith, as well as the key to the sewers. If you found a recall potion, use it now by selecting recall in the start menu. This will take you back to the tavern. Use it again to return here. So you basically, the recall potions act as as your Scrolls of Town portal in this game. So they are very convenient, and you're going to want to make sure to have at least one of them on you at all times. I fully expect that there's going to be at least one time where I forget to get more of them, and I end up being sad and having to trudge my way back to whatever the hub is at that time. We're going to go ahead and press further forward, though, because we can. I don't know why these guys sound like monkeys, but they do. I forget what they're supposed to be. I don't know if they're like rat men, goblinoids, kobolds, or what. I want to say they're rat men, but I'm not sure. There we go. There's our first recall potion, which is the other reason why I didn't just recall away, because we hadn't found a recall potion yet. Recall potions are very useful, exactly how we described them before.
This looks important.
There's the wine. That's the other reason why I wanted to walk forward before recalling, because the wine bottle for Nebith is right here. This way we can get that side quest out of the way as well. I'm not going to be chasing down every side quest, because it will make this take infinitely longer, but the ones that are convenient, or that I feel like doing, obviously I will do. Because it is my intention to get this done through sooner rather than later. And now we have a dumb hat, but the dumb hat will protect our head, so it's important. And look, our sword gets ever larger. How exciting. But it is better at killing, so it works as well as I need it to. I think it actually does have independent reach from the other weapons as well. Like, I believe the longer weapons are actually better for reach. But you'll notice this sword is slower, so we do have that to worry about. And there are two-handed weapons and things of that nature. We may or may not ever see one. Oh, there we go. So that is a set-in-stone item too. The rusty battle axe is one of said two-handed weapons. And the secret, we've... in this room? Or was it further in? No, it's further in. Because you'd be able to very clearly see it. And those are explosive barrels. I am going to more often than not end up hitting them because I'm not going to be paying attention for them enough. So if I die that way, you know, just have the usual laugh about that, because it'll be good fun. But as you can see, the rusty battle axe, as you'd expect from a two-handed weapon, does do a lot more damage. 2 to 6 is definitely better than 1 to 4. But it's a little on the slow side, and your reach is a little iffy. I'm going to stick to the longsword for the time being. Yeah, whenever you see the ignite prompt, you know there's an explosive barrel about. There's our level up, and a bunch of dead ratmen. Let's see. Is it this room that had it? Nope. Obviously, we're gonna clear out all the barrels as usual. Gotta get me all the money. As you'll notice, clearing out this cellar, we still have only like 100 gold to our name. And considering most of anything interesting we can buy from Bartley was 1,000, you can kind of see why I'm scrounging every little piece of gold I can get my hands on. Obviously, you don't have to scrounge nearly this hard. You will almost certainly find anything and everything you could possibly need, especially on normal. Let's see. We have 1 point. What do I want to spend my 1 point on? I'm feeling some deflect missiles. We haven't ran into ranged enemies yet, but we're going to. And bear in mind the fact that we don't have a gap closing move of any kind or anything. Oh, we got some spiders. Mild arachnophobia warning about the fact that these spiders exist, but I feel like they're not really a big enough deal that anybody should be too upset about them. But if you are, you know, bear that in mind. There are going to be spiders. Of a rather large variety. Hey, look, dead people. Real shame for them. They got up by spiders. But now we're up to the door that we need the sewer key for. The whole reason to come down this far is so that, one, we don't have to walk further than we have to when we recall in and out. And here's the secret. You just kind of press the action button around here and the door will open. And you get even more goodies. In this case, another ruby. And a bunch of potions. But you're gonna want every potion you can get, as we talked about before. I also picked up from the box in here some shoes. Some slightly better shoes. Hooray. Our armor class is now 14. Hooray. We're gonna go ahead and recall away. And get our stuff organized and turn in the fact that we've done all of this. Get used to the load screens, by the way. It's a PS2 game. You're gonna be seeing a fair bit of them. We could turn in the quest, but let's get our business done first.
Dwarven weapons, brought here all the way from the Sunset Mountains.
You told me that before. Yeah. I seem to recall that there's no reason to have the rubies other than money, so. As you can see, we really don't have much business trying to buy anything particular at the moment. Like, I could get a decent weapon, but honestly, I'd rather save the money.
You'll come to the right place.
Buy something a bit stronger in the future. But it keeps our inventory clean. Here you go, Nebish. Have a bottle of wine.
Managed to find me a... Hi, it'll do me well enough. Thank you, friend. Here, have a bottle from me. No idea what the thing does, but it smells awful, and it doesn't seem to have the kick I was looking for.
Fair exchange, bottle for bottle. He gave us an extra healing potion. Now, it may sound like he just gave me another one, but for those unfamiliar, extra healing is actually a higher grade of healing. So this will heal more than our lessers will. Obviously, we're not going to be using that voluntarily anytime soon.
You're back. Did you see Ethon down there?
Did he go wandering down there after us?
He followed
Of course
you down
he
there
did.
not long ago, and I fear he may have gotten lost in the cellar. Or worse, he may have wandered into the sewers. I tried to stop him.
Well, the good news, there's no rats down there. There were some rat men, that's a whole other thing. There was also some spiders, it was a mess down there. Also, how the hell is he gonna get lost down in the cellar if he had the key to the door down there? I would presume he's been down there before. Why am I surrounded by incompetence?
Thank you. But before you go, Please take these coins in payment for all you've done so far. And, as promised, here's the key to the sewer gate. Be careful down there. There are bound to be worse things than sewer rats in those tunnels.
Yeah, I've already killed a few of them. But she gives us another 75 coins, the key we need, and some experience. Obviously, those 75 coins aren't going to make a bit of a difference as far as affording any of the things I actually want. So we're going to go ahead and just save the game, pop back down, and carry on with our day. The convenience of instant teleportation. Now, I seem to recall that Ethan will be down in the sewers. I don't think this is a case of they expect you to go back. Oh yeah, L1 pops up the minimap, by the way. A lot of the time you don't need it, but every now and then it'll be useful, so I will just move it over there. Kind of forgot to pop it up before, because it's a very straightforward cellar. There he is.
What's this you've caught? A sewer rat? Don't hurt him. Lord Xantum will wish to speak to him, and he'll need to be in the best of health. Ah, excellent. I was expecting you. Did you receive the package from Lord Xantum?
I did. And I have it with me.
And you know where it is bound?
He told me to take it to the crypts and place it within the Chamber of Ashes there.
Excellent. The entrance you seek lies on the level below past the sewer grates. Let no one see you enter the temple, and do exactly as you have been instructed. Now be on your way. I will return for the prisoner later. Guard him well.
I'm sure that won't be something we're gonna need to worry about in the future or anything. That all sounds like it'll be somebody else's problem. Who am I kidding? It's gonna be our problem. Everything in this world's gonna somehow end up being my problem. But here's where you get to see even more of those water effects I was talking about. And in case you weren't tired of sewer rats yet, good news, there's more of them. As you might imagine, we ain't gonna be rid of them until we're out of this act entirely, pretty much. Another convenient save point, so we may as well save. At the very least, this means we don't have to see the cutscene again. Yeah, occasionally your character will yell things. Like in that case, he just randomly yelled die because he's just as tired of seeing rats as I am. Maybe these are goblins. Based on the large one, I think being a hobgoblin. Might be something else though. Not sure. Yes, haha. See, these are the ranged enemies I was talking about. Look how annoying they are. As they throw things at you and then run away. This is why deflect missiles can be kind of handy. Because you saw how much health I lost to these idiots. Obviously, once we get our hands on a bow, they will become less of an issue because we can just shoot them in the back when they try to run away. But one problem at a time. Speaking of, I am only using a one-handed weapon. I could just put on this shield, which you can actually, like, actively guard with R1, which can be worth doing. Obviously, we can't go in there yet. We need to pull this lever. But obviously, there's some cells here. Perhaps our friend is amongst them? Nope. Just a random cell by itself. With some stuff in it, but still weird that it's here. One would assume that they are caging those rats for food. Especially considering the shape of the meat that's being cooked there. Ow. Look, I can block things. Look how I'm getting nothing done because I'm stuck standing here while I guard against all of that. Take note also of the fact that we can't actually get to them at all. If I had a bow with me, I could shoot over there and kill them. And I'm pretty sure, but unfortunately, I do not currently possess such a thing. Oh, do I need to turn this off, or is this just something I have to tank my way through? I walked through one of them already. Ow, ow, ow. And as you might have also gathered, your average enemy in this game is not gonna really be a threat to you unless you are, like, severely out of your depth with where you are, which is going to happen on occasion. We are gonna kind of get thrown in head first a few times, I seem to recall. Which is what's gonna make having some actual ranged moves be fairly important. Because we may have to be cheeky a bit. Especially since I'm planning on trying to move through this quickly, we are going to end up over our heads a few times. Whether I intend to or not. It's taking a second to make sure I arranged them in a way that didn't get me killed. They may not be powerful, but there are plenty of them. Oh, you're here, huh? Well, that's not what I wanted to find right now. He's also fast, as you can see, for his size. You can block his attacks, thankfully, but I would like to get rid of his little friends before trying to tangle with him completely. So that they don't keep me locked while I try to fight him. Thankfully, he's a little distracted, apparently. And he's dead. He wasn't really that big a deal for being very big. Of course, you know, when you can just block attacks, it does kind of make such things way less important, huh? This was definitely a game I never actually used the block button in. But being older and wiser, I acknowledge that a block button is kind of helpful occasionally. Especially in a situation like this, where there's a bajillion people throwing spears at you. We'll come back to that idea in a minute. I think we've looped. No, we haven't. The minimap makes it very clear that I have not, in fact, looped. Just a very similar looking space there. Or with the two steam vents side by side. There we go. Clear all that out. Clean up the potions. Like, we are heading back to an area we've been to, but we are not currently in old territory yet. As you can see by the map up there. You know, saying take that as their head flies off, I feel like doesn't matter to them. I'm not sure they can hear me. I guess maybe they'll be able to hear me for a second or two as their head flies away. Is this somewhere I've been? I feel like it's somewhere I've been. Yeah, we're on the other side of all the spear throwers that were over here. Which I don't really have a reason to be over here other than vengeance and experience. Because there's not even a treasure box over here, it looks like. So that's disappointing. But, you know, free experience by slaughtering the lot of them. You'll notice the lighting is playing up occasionally. I don't remember it doing that, so I feel like that may be an emulation thing a little bit. Just don't worry about it. The elven wooden shield is lighter, so I guess we'll switch to that. Keep our weight down a little bit. This ring doesn't do anything, so we'll just get rid of that when we get back. And I'm gonna use the dagger because it's faster. Does the exact same damage as our rusty sword, so I may as well use the slightly faster weapon, even if it is a little bit shorter. Dum-de-dum. Just gonna tag that save point and then go fight the pile of ranged enemies around the corner here. Wait, no. Loot first. Always loot first. But as you can see, they've actually got some decent defensive positions amongst these crates. Plenty of places for them to hop up to and throw things. But yeah, some of this stuff does have physics, too. You can actually just kind of, like, shove it around. That's always fun. Actually, that gives me an idea. Ta-da! You can only hit me with a few of them now. Get wrecked. Ow. Once you really get in the middle of them, though, it starts to become a problem. Hooray for basic strategy. And lots of potions. The indestructible potion man carries on once again. There's the door, and of course we picked up a bunch of items. We actually found some gloves, which we do need because we didn't have any. The padded helmet is the same as the worn leather helmet, so there's no reason to change that. But those gloves were actually fairly worthwhile. Our armor's up to 19 now, so we're actually decent now. I would say we could definitely do a lot better, and we definitely will, but we're no longer terrible. Making sure I didn't miss anything. Is even just mashing square across the pile here, sometimes things will get missed. Just the save point so I don't have to do that again. And onward we go. Off to stab more things that live in the sewers. Feel like bad things are gonna happen in this room. Wait, can I climb on things? Maybe I can climb and I'm forgetting. Aha, there is a jump button. Never mind. That's why I thought I could jump before, because there is a jump button. It apparently just didn't work before. I think I may have been like up against something so he didn't choose to jump. But as soon as I saw these chests up here, I'm like, wait a minute, I have a memory of this suddenly. And that looked like some actual armor. Not exactly stylish armor, but 5 armor class is way better than 0. We have become Gladiator, Slayer of Rats. So I probably could have just jumped over the barricade and stabbed all those guys throwing stuff at me then. Oh well. Oh, hi, big man. Turns out there's more of you, huh? Get blocked, idiot. Thank you for your potion. Ow. Ow. Don't mind their organs flying away. I'm sure it's fine. And I got in all that trouble to get a rusty dagger. Shame. Not that it was that much trouble, but you know. I actually had to use my block button. That just means I had to exert effort, and nobody likes effort. probably pop back to the tavern and clean our inventory out soon. 'Cause I don't think we're getting close to our weight capacity yet, but we do have a bit of a mess going on in there at this point. And I think we might be able to afford something useful. Like, not immediately, but after I sell the pile. And you would think we'd be able to pick up all these swords that these guys are dropping everywhere, but no. No, they've got, like, weird monster germs on them. We just can't use those. Padded boots aren't better. Rusty dagger's obviously not better. Or 114, 134. So 204, 257. No, I don't think it's actually that worth going back right now. Our carrying capacity? Oh no, our carrying capacity is almost full. I take it back. We're going back right now then. Is the, like, 11 capacity we still had left would carry a decent bit, unless we found a bunch of really heavy stuff all at once.
If quality and price are your chief concerns, then look no farther. You'll find my shop has excellent weapons at reasonable prices.
Yeah, we're at 1,002. Actually, no, the ring's worth a lot. There we go.
Oh, friend, I think the smell of the sewers has taken a liking to you.
Don't start with me, man. I'm gonna be your whole source of business here, so you shut up about how much I stink right now.
We have many fine deals.
We could get this spear. It is +1, but I don't see any reason to jump for that right at the second. I would rather wait.
Finest dwarven weapons, brought here all the way from the Sunset Mountains.
And since we picked up decent chest armor, that actually changed my plan a little bit, because the leather armor was actually the thing I was thinking about getting. But it'd only be an upgrade of like 4 points now for over 1,000, and I'm not convinced by that. Especially when I could just save up another 1,000 and get the studded leather.
To protect your own, you'll come to the right place.
Yeah, I think actually, like, the Ring of Protection might be a winner. Because I don't think we're going to be seeing that many other accessories anytime quick. Like, that are of any quality. So we'll snag that. But armor and things we should be replacing reasonably frequently. Now, you might be wondering what that'll do. We have 24 armor now. We put that on. We have 25. That's literally all a Ring of Protection is whatever the plus value is, you get that much armor class from it. Nothing too exciting, but useful. You may be thinking, wow, you kind of overpaid for that, and I kind of did, but it gets me that early, so I think it'll be nice to have.
If quality and price are your chief
Does this sell all the arrows at once? No. I just want to sell some of the arrows to lower our weight, because you may have noticed that the arrows were 60 of my weight capacity, and that's a little much. Considering we can't get enchanted arrows yet to... enchanted quiver, rather, to lighten that load. We're kind of stuck with that. Back we go. Now, having freed up some space. Obviously, if it comes down to it, I'll start chucking arrows to make space as well. When we find literally anything. Another thing that was in the debate of things to buy would have been a bow. But I didn't really see any particularly good bows in there other than the one I couldn't afford, so... And we don't have any of the enchanted arrow skills yet or anything. There's not a huge reason to switch to archery. Obviously, on our trek through the sewers here, you can't really expect to gain anything huge yet. And I also have this sneaking suspicion that the second I purchase a bow, I'm gonna find another one. We all know how that works. We've all been through that exact experience. Okay, none of that's real. I was kind of hoping, like, the little metal shield I saw sitting there on the ground was actually something I could pick up. But of course it isn't. Once again, with the weird monster germs. Alright. Go ahead and flip the switch. Which gives us access to another big man. And down he went in exchange for an actual short sword. No more rusty trash for us. And that is 1 to 6. The maces are as good, and I didn't even realize I picked them up. But I'll stick to an edged weapon. I would rather have something sharp. Not that there aren't edges to a mace as well, depending on the kind of mace you got. But this'll do the job. I do seem to recall that if you actually are using an actual blunt weapon, you don't actually, like, cut pieces off of the enemies anymore, as you would expect. Just a bunch of gold? Okay. Really seemed like it was gonna be a trap. So what killed them? That's the fun question. There's just a bunch of stuff laying around. Right! That's a thing. That's a thing that exists down here. The super rat. If you thought the other rats were big, get a load of this thing. Another case, though, of does a great job of killing everything around here, but isn't really a threat to us at all. Lots of money to be had in being back here, though. Considering all these corpses have money. Ooh, and a staff. I do enjoy staves, but I don't think this guy's gonna be making use of them. Unless we find, like, an enchanted staff of some kind. Then I might go for it, because it'll do enough damage to be worth it at that point. So we arrived here in Baldur's Gate, got clobbered by some thieves, lost all our stuff, and now we're crawling through the sewers trying to find said Thieves Guild to get our stuff back. Along the way, we cleaned a tavern cellar out of rats, and more or less that's about all that's happened. We've also found out about a scheme to do something. Well, yeah, we arrived earlier. Well, that's your problem. That is distinctly a you problem that you have not arrived. Well, that, I presume, is why you were asking what happened, yes. That would make nothing but sense. Yeah, the worn staff is trash. We're not using that. I may make use of the staff that we can buy, depending on how I feel when we get to that, but we also need a lot more money before I'll consider such a thing. That's not the button I meant to press. I mean, this isn't even old by Baldur's Gate standards, because the original Baldur's Gate is older than this. The old PC one. They're having a meeting. I'm glad he decided to translate that part for us. Appreciate you switching to common for that, buddy. I'm gonna kill all your troops now. Just keep swinging, just keep swinging. Eventually, they'll be dead. There we go. Thanks for the stuff. And the level, actually. The level will be very helpful. I actually get 2 points this time. So I could actually start going into magic arrows. I think it costs more points to get the second level of improved critical, so I don't know if I want to double up on that right now. There's also a world in which I save my points, which just sounds like a wild concept. But I think if I save my points till I hit level 3, I think since I'm assuming I'll get 3 points, it may also only be 2. I don't remember for sure. But if I got 3 points, then I'd be able to get Arcane Quiver, because I'd then have 5. And that would make the arrow weight problem a non-issue. Could always go up to 10% as far as auto-blocking arrows, but that's not really a big issue either at the minute. Obviously, the smart choice would be something like dodge, just to flat improve our resistance to dying, but I'm actually going to take combat reflexes to attack a bit faster. As you can see, it isn't a ton faster, but it is a bit faster. Because one of the things that's been getting us hurt is the fact that they swing faster than we do. Okay, they were bugbears. That's what the big guys were. That makes sense. As you can see, even though he's a chieftain, he's not that dangerous. You found a prison key on the bugbear. Hooray. And some studded leather boots, which is much more interesting to me than the key. Even though we do have to go save Ethon, I suppose. Another dagger. Yeah, we're wearing regular leather boots, not studded leather, so there we go. We just need studded leather chest armor and a helmet now, and we'd actually have all studded. Which would be nice. Not important to us necessarily, because 27 armor class is already decent, but I could always have more. More will always be good.
Locked.
No, not a locked door. Whatever will we do? You would think the key we got would have actually opened that door, but no. We have to use the stairs to deal with that problem, I'm pretty sure. If we head down this way, this is where the prison is. We're gonna loot the place before we help Ethon out, though. He's been in there this long, he can stay in there a little longer. He'll be fine. He can get over it. Nothing in there. Hey, Bo! It's almost like I predicted that that was gonna happen. Now, you'll notice that there's a bit of an oddity over here. How do I open this? I thought it was just another one of those you interact with and it opens. It appears to not be the case. That might be something that happens in a minute or two here. We shall see. I forget if I can set things to like a quick slot. I don't seem to recall that that's a thing you can do. You also need to equip your arrows. Don't be silly and not equip your arrows. Okay, yeah, we still have the short sword and the shield equipped. I think it might context-sensitive attack here, like it'll swing the sword if something's close to me. I don't remember. We'll find out. Ta-da!
Thank the gods you're here. Any longer and I'd be sitting in some kobold's belly.
Okay, they were kobolds.
Well, after I gave you the cellar door key, I felt guilty about letting you head down here without help, so I followed you down. No sooner do I get down here than I'm surrounded by those yapping kobold devils, and they haul me to this cell and lock me in.
Great job helping, Ethon. Way to go, bud. Yeah, how did he get through the locked door?
There's an entrance to the sewers from the street, and I used that. I knew about it from my days when I was in the guild. The old guild, not the new one.
He used to be a thief, huh? And yeah, apparently we didn't even need the key at all because we could have just used the other entrance.
No. But I was hoping that maybe the rats would discourage you from chasing those thieves. I was worried the thieves would kill you.
This is a stupid question to ask. If he was in the Thieves Guild, yes, he was a thief, but he clearly used the past tense, so he's no longer a thief.
Retired. That life's behind me. Still, I've kept a bit of what I've learned, and it might help you now.
I mean, he's certainly not proving that. He's certainly not proving himself to be cooler than anybody, getting immediately captured.
I I managed to pick this key off the chieftain you killed. I think it unlocks a gate deeper in the sewers. If you're still aiming to catch those thieves that robbed you, then you'll need it. While I was locked up here, I overheard some of the thieves from this new guild planning a mission. And that's what I heard. I don't know what that thief was carrying, but it can't have been good. If you want to stop whatever deviltry they've got planned, then you'll need to head deeper into the sewers and find that thief.
There was two of them, actually. There was Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance and Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. Which is what the first one's obviously what the Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance remake that came out relatively recently was about, and I believe the other kind of one was vaguely based on these games as well, or it just took the name. I don't remember which.
All right, then. I don't need to tell you to be careful. I'll meet up with you at the Elf Song Tavern later on. Come find me when you found that thief and what he was carrying. I'll try to dig up some of my old contacts and see if they can tell me anything about these thieves that could help you out.
And away he goes. Yeah, it's more of an action RPG than a CRPG. As you can see by the way I'm moving around and everything. Yeah, those stairs will lead us back up, and the key he gave us opens this door. And now we're actually in Baldur's Gate proper. I believe in the poor section of it. I don't seem to recall that there's too much reason for me to be in this section of Baldur's Gate at the moment. But we may as well have a look around since we're here. Yeah, there's a fair few times where they'll get more action-based spin-offs and such. This one's at least a competent one. It is a little weird that it happened more than twice, but I can definitely think of a fair few that happened. Yeah, I got there a little quicker because I can talk. I can not have to type. Oh yeah, there's this back alley. Where does this actually lead? Does it lead anywhere? The answer is nowhere. Nowhere at all.
I can't do that here.
I think there might be something back here at some point, but it's not there right now. I mean, you would have heard me if I laughed, so that's up to you to figure out. And yeah, the Fallout spin-offs, though technically not both of them were action-oriented, because Fallout Tactics, for example, could be played completely turn-based as well, couldn't it? It just had a action mode as an option. Or are you talking about a different one? So I could also understand if people consider the later Fallouts spin-offs, considering they're very different games from the original two. I kind of figured, but I was willing to leave that option open. As you can see, the main town proper is completely superfluous at the moment. It doesn't do anything. In fact, I'm not sure if it ever actually does anything, or if it's just set dressing. Don't remember. Because our main focal points are the Elf Song Tavern and then everything underneath. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. That's entirely understandable. Go ahead and clear out our inventory again.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking to offload all of my junk upon you. Take all of this
Shop carries
stuff.
the finest dwarven weapons, brought here all the way from the Sunset Mountains.
Uh-huh. You keep telling me that, and I keep being disappointed by your wares. Like, the Masterwork Staff, for example, does do decent damage, but it's a pretty hefty price for just a stick. I don't think the other ones were bad, but I do agree that they don't really match. Like, they did... I don't disagree with the people that call them Skyrim with guns, because they basically are. You know, ignoring the fact that Skyrim came after some of them, but that's nitty-gritty information we don't really need to get into for the purposes of what we're talking about right now. Go ahead and save again, because it's always important to save as often as you can. And then it's just back down the hole we go. Now that we've cleaned out all the stuff we were carrying, so our inventory weight doesn't end up meaning I can't pick things up. I'm pretty sure it's like always raining here, by the way. I don't think it's ever not raining. Anyway, down yet another hole to level 2. Because we're on our way to go say hi to the new Thieves Guild and go dismantle them for stealing our stuff. Well, that's exactly what I mean, yeah. If they just took the name off of it, I think it would have been a perfectly fine game. But since they have ownership of the IP, they do what most companies end up doing, which is use the IP as a means of marketing the thing they're making, rather than necessarily having any care for what it originally was. Ah, there we go. That's how I switch. One down. And 2 down. Bugbears are no match for us at this point. In fact, as you can see, I don't even really need to block to defeat them. It's just more health efficient to actually use my block button. Because they don't attack that fast, so I can get a fair few hits in before they recover or after swinging. And they're a little stupid, so I can actually take advantage of that as well if I really need to. But then again, bugbears were never known for their intelligence, so it'd be kind of surprising if they were smart. But get used to seeing them, because we're going to be seeing a lot of them down here. Because they've got to up the intensity of our opposition somehow. Sending just more kobolds doesn't really do it. This is a real big room for a lot of nothing happening in it. Yeah, except I'm pretty sure bugbears don't actually have any actual bear to them. That's a cube. That's gonna be a bit of an issue. I'm pretty sure these actually abide by proper cube rules. I don't know, they do take good damage from other things. You'd have to ask the people that wrote the D&D monster manuals, because I have no idea. There's a lot of things that are named in ways that don't necessarily make sense. And that's going to just be the way it is. There's another cube. Okay, yeah, way less of a problem than those things should be. But I'm fine with that. Jeweled club, spiked club. Ooh, a keen hand axe. That, I believe, has higher odds of crit, I believe is what keen does. It's either stronger crits or more frequent crits. One of the two. With it being the same strength as our short sword and having keen, I may as well use it. Padded helmet is not better than our leather helmet, so no point in changing that. Okay. Onward we go. Yeah, there is an actual reason behind that, yeah. Slap these kobolds around. Though I still say with what we can see of them, they look more like rat men, but eh. Then again, what a kobold is depends on who you ask anyway, because there's like 5 or 6 different versions of kobolds, depending on which universe you're in, so... Just keep swinging, just keep swinging. Now, grab the other thing that was over here. Get rid of you, and your friend. As you can see, they're a little bit generous with the hit detection at times because they understand you have limitations with the way this is. So if you swung right as they start to run away from you, for example, you'll get credit for the hit anyway. That probably was a lot of people's first exposures to kobolds as a concept. I believe kobolds and gnolls were also in EverQuest, and I know a decent amount of people probably would have first encountered them there as well. I definitely distinctly remember that being the first type of gnoll I ran into. And then being very confused when I encountered gnolls and something else, and they were completely different creatures. Huh, another keen hand axe immediately. Interesting. Though keen is a fairly common in upgrade, I think, so it's fine. As you might imagine, the yellow numbers you see occasionally are crits, so not really too much need to explain that. Another keen hand axe. Oh, what I would do to be able to dual wield at this point. Unfortunately, we are an archer, not a ranger, so no dual wielding for us. And save while we can. Quit spitting goo at me. I don't appreciate it. Canon to D&D in what way? Because, like, it does follow the rules and such that are set down by the universe, but I don't think there's, like, a universal plot line to D&D, if that's what you're trying to ask about. Because, like, even within the books and such that take place in the Forgotten Realms, they disagree with themselves fairly frequently from what I remember, so I don't know if there's one, like, specific canon amongst all of that to begin with. They just happen to take place within the same universe. But again, as usual, you're asking the wrong guy for information like that anyway, because why would I care? Haven't the slightest clue whether it is or isn't. Never paid attention. Back when I played this when I was younger, I didn't even pay attention to any of the dialogue that was happening. I already know more about what's happening in this game today than I did when I played it when I was young. Because you would need to use external information to be able to tell whether any of this would be considered canon. And I don't pursue external information unless it's something that would actually be useful. And canon is not useful.
I'm carrying too much.
If anything, canon would more often not be the opposite of useful, because it just causes arguments amongst people for no reason other than they feel like disagreeing about something. Ooh, jeweled leather boots, otherwise known as worth a lot more money for no other reason than there's jewels set in them. I do need to sell stuff because my inventory's full. I'm not surprised that there's oozes and cubes and such in the sewers, but I'm not happy about it. I don't like fighting gelatinous things.
Chief concerns, then look no farther. You'll find my shop has excellent weapons.
I find them very obnoxious to deal with, if on a good day. Fine Club would arguably be better, but I'm gonna keep the Keen Hand Axe because of the increased crit. I'm gonna hope that that works out in my favor. But the more narrow range here between the damage numbers would be better
I think the smell
overall.
of the sewers has taken a liking to you.
Quit talking about how I stink because I went in the sewers. It's like, I would really love to get, like, the flaming longsword or such, but obviously we ain't buying that anytime quick. We need another 1,000 before we can get to that.
Carries the finest dwarven weapons, brought here all the way from the Sunset Mountains.
Probably worth my while to get the studded leather.
Swords, axes.
Because right now our armor's 5 on our chest. That'll be 7 more. Yeah, that's worth the price. There we go. As you can see, it's the same as the padded armor, more or less, but it's got studs in it. That clearly makes it better. Which, technically, in some ways it does, but that's neither here nor there. Or for the purposes of the joke. Save, and then we're going back down. Now that we have inventory space again. I mean, you could almost say that those green ones are pyramidal, considering they don't go to a full point, but they are as close to that shape as anything would be. All you'd have to do is square off the sides a bit. How hacking away at a cube made out of jello works is beyond me. But as long as it works, I ain't gonna argue with it. Like, obviously you can make it lose cohesion a bit, but you would think you'd mostly just pass through it. That is too many slimes in one room. Everything about this is awful. Really wishing I had spent the points on getting an elemental arrow right about now. Because it would make clearing this room out way quicker. But at the same time, we have a lot of arrows, so it's not like it matters. If anything, this is going to help us carry more things anyway by expending more arrows. There we go. No, there's still more of them, but it's only 2. This will be fine. Just chop our way through this. I think deflect missiles applies to their spit, but I'm not sure about that. We also only have a 10%... Actually, no, we only have a 5% chance to deflect anyway, so it's most likely that it wasn't going to work either way. More accurate, probably, though we're not that far away from our targets. At this range, I'm pretty sure most archers would at least be able to make a decent amount of contact. The speed, though, you're right. I forget what the record for speed is, because I used to know the answer to that question. But we obviously defy normal means by far, because our arrows, for some reason, have no drop to them at all. I'm more impressed with the way they can just whip this axe and shield out at will, while also being able to put the bow away without fumbling any of the above. I still am not sure where these arrows are coming from. We supposedly have a quiver, but you can't see it. It's somewhere. Oh boy. No thank you, no thank you, no thank you. Do not want. It's cheating that you're shooting over the walls like that, by the way, because that's supposed to be ceiling there. And this is why archers are ridiculously powerful in games like this, because you can just kind of break their AI by shooting just around corners. Though the mage has more or less the same advantage, just being mana-based instead of arrow-based. And obviously, once we have enchanted arrows of one kind or another, we will be in a similar mana-based situation, but with the added ammo issue on top of it. But by the time we start actually using our mana, we are going to have so many mana potions, it's not going to matter. Something like that is probably a reasonable estimate. Yeah, the elven wooden shield is the same value as that one. Scimitar's 5 to 7. That's worth switching to, because at least it's got a higher capacity. And it's more or less gonna always be higher base damage than the Keen Hand Axe now. The crit being the only real variable. Oh, of course. Because as long as you are pointing the barrel correct enough, your odds of the bullet traveling where you want it are higher than the arrow released from a bow traveling where you want it to, with less of a skill requirement. Arguably. Like, there can definitely be a debate on the skill requirement part, but just considering the way those projectiles move, inherently you would assume that the bullet would arrive at its target much more efficiently and easily than an arrow would arrive at its target. At a minimum, having a greater distance before you have to account for drop. Not to mention less strain on the arms, because you're not having to hold the weapon at draw the entire time, etc., etc. Yes, exactly. Because it is a purely mechanical operation outside of you making sure to point the object in the correct direction. Which obviously there's a certain amount of you need to be able to point that thing correctly required, but there is still less requirement there. Though you do need to be able to draw the crossbow back, either by cranking or by pulling, depending on the crossbow, which is its own special beast outside of more modern ones. And I'm pretty sure I pulled... No, just... Yeah, I did pull that lever. I thought I ended up pulling that one twice is why I came back to there. So where's the lever I didn't pull then? It must be back at the other end. Don't mind the textures being a little weird now and then. That is just emulation being emulation. The original version of this did not do that, so just don't worry about that. There's just holes to the void now and then. I must not have pulled the lever down the other hallway over here. I thought I did, but I must not have for the door not to be open. Now, conversely, I would say a regular bow would probably have a better fire speed, at a rate of fire, that is, over a crossbow for the most part. But you're exchanging power and accuracy for fire rate, more or less. Isn't the lever in here? So where did I miss the lever that opens this door? Well, shocking concept there. If everything's dead, the place is going to be empty. Like, I don't know what you're expecting there. Even the most diverse and life-filled game is empty when you kill everything. Kinda goes with the territory of everything being dead. Where is this lever that I apparently did not pull? It must be down this hallway that I apparently didn't go down. You would think that would be early for where lever for something like that would be, but it must be a correct answer. I genuinely can't think of an action RPG that doesn't feel empty once you've cleared the floor you're on. The floor will feel like there's nothing there when there's in fact nothing there. Like, maybe you'd occasionally have, like, small things skittering around on the floor that have no relevance, but pretend to make it seem more life-filled and such, but still, at the end of the day, it's empty. Okay, these are open. Presumably that's the lever I need right there in the middle. I presume the kobold died to close the door there before. His sacrifice will not be remembered since I've now opened the door he died to close. Steam vents really do hurt me a lot, huh? There is, but only so much a one. Because if you think about it just practically, they're the same thing. Can you perceive them differently? Yes. But at the end of the day, empty is still empty. A glass that is empty, even if it has a reason for being empty, is still empty, regardless of what the reason is. But you are correct that, you know, acknowledgement does make a difference. But obviously, we were not intended to run back across the empty territory. They had intended me to have correctly passed through there. So there'd be no point in there being an acknowledgement of that space being empty. I don't know why he's slightly sliding to the side. Oh, of course. But those are much deeper games than the shallow pool that is an action RPG for the most part.
Have you done as I asked, Khan?
Yes, my Lord Xantum. I sent one of my best men to the crypts in the temple, as you instructed.
The orb must be placed within the Chamber of Ashes within the crypts. If your man fails to do this, then both of you shall answer for it.
Yes, my lord. He knows your wishes, and he will not fail you.
Very well. Bring me the prisoner you found in the sewers. I will question him now.
My lord, I sent for the prisoner some time ago, but I have received no word from the bugbears in the sewers.
Send your men into the sewers. Find out what has happened to our soldiers and bring me the prisoner. Do not fail me in this, Khan.
Yes, my lord. Should I recall the man I sent to the temple?
No. If he places the orb as instructed, he will not be coming back. Tell your men to avoid the temple grounds. To enter it now is certain death.
Real shame that we just happened to go into those temple grounds, going into that crypt, when apparently it's now certain death to be here. Oh hey, undead everywhere. You know, I think I know what the orb did, as it turns out. I think the orb might have raised the dead. That's inconvenient. And yeah, I'm sure he's a great guy. He's raising the dead to add to the workforce of Baldur's Gate, I'm sure. Because they're in such a need of more people to do work. Absolutely. I mean, he sounded like the most upright and nice guy. I mean, he even made sure that his people didn't go where it's certain death to go. What a great leader he is. And he didn't have Karn executed for failure. So really, actually, he's on a pretty good track for being a villain if he's not immediately executing the guy that failed him. Okay, the leather helm is a slight upgrade, so we'll put that on. This is junk, and we didn't get anything else for that. Didn't think so. Exactly.
What are you doing here? Run now, before he changes you.
He seems excited.
I am Fayed, a priest of Ilmanor. I tend the crypts and perform burial rites here at the Shrine of Suffering. Now I fear that I shall be the next one to be changed. Into the Walking Dead! Haven't you seen them?
I just killed a few, yeah.
My fellow brothers and sisters of the temple, all dead. I was taking an urn of ashes to one of the crypts when I discovered a strange set of tracks leading downwards. When I followed them, I found that thing, that foul orb, and the dead arose around me. Vile skeletons, zombies, unholy ground. I acted quickly, sealing this level off from the level below, then barricaded myself in this room. I had hoped sealing off this level would prevent the dead from reaching here. I was wrong.
Also didn't do a very good job barricading this room, considering I just walked through an open door right behind me. And as a priest, you should be able to handle undead. And clearly your holy ground isn't that good, considering the dead were able to be risen here so easily. You guys need better rites. Y'all need better magic rites to keep these fucking dead people dead. What are you, a level 1 cleric? Do you not know turn undead yet? You got nothing here? Pick up a goddamn mace. You can handle this. It is always fun when you encounter somebody with a nearly matching name, isn't it?
We priests of Ilmatter set up some non-lethal traps here in the crypts to capture grave robbers. The trap that sealed off the exits is triggered by 3 urns on this level. When these urns are taken from their pedestals, stone blocks seal off all the exits from this level. I knocked all the urns from their pedestals and then barricaded myself in here. But I was not fast enough. Some of the dead had already entered this level, and the power of that thing below seems to be able to reach even here. Fortunately, I am able to hide myself from the eyes of these undead creatures, for the time being. I can only hope that the gates and wards will prevent the dead from reaching the level above.
Correct, but Ilmater is usually a good god, from what I recall. I don't remember exactly which one Ilmater is anymore, but it is an established deity in the Pantheon. I just don't remember them off the top of my head anymore, or because it's been too long since that information's been relevant. Now, they may not be an actual priest of Ilmater. They could be pretending to be one and just stole the correct holy symbol. That's always an option. But even evil priests learn how to deal with the dead. They just learn to command them instead of turning them. Which would explain why the room he's in, it didn't have skeletons and such beating the door down. So, you know, he may not be a good guy.
They're coming from below, from that thing in the Chamber of Ashes. It's an orb. I only caught a glimpse of it, what it was doing to my fellow priests. The orb calls to their spirits, then kills them, slowly letting them die, then raising them again so they may suffer in undeath as well. It hates all of us priests. Even now, I can hear it calling, trying to draw me to it so it can kill me, then raise me from the dead to perform its will.
Now, I don't remember what the guy they sent down here looked like, because we did see him, and his face is similar, so this could easily be the guy that got sent down there to put the orb in place, and he just stole a priest's robes as well. That's actually entirely a possibility. But I'm pretty sure we're going to see a corpse down there that's gonna make that not the truth. We don't need to ask him where the orb came from, we know that. We actually know more about the situation than he does. Our character doesn't know that entirely, aside from we were told that a thief was sent down here to put the orb in place. Yeah, we'll go ahead and sort out this whole orb issue.
No, my place is here. I should help you, not run from this. If I can help you, I will.
I don't suppose you can do any healing, right? It is fun just happening to predict plot points, but I genuinely don't remember whether he is good or bad. Because I don't think he ever actually proves out to be one or the other, he just exists.
Of course. Let the power of Ilmater comfort you, and restore your strength.
Okay, yeah, he can heal me. You know what? You have a function. You get to live. Ooh, +1 padded gloves. Neat. Real shame that they suck, because the studded gloves we found are better, but they're worth a decent amount of money at least. Now, if those were leather gloves +1, I would be happy. It also amuses me to no end that these skeletons are running around with sometimes their own arm bone that they're whacking me with, and I have to then assume just somebody else's bones that they're hitting me with if their arm isn't missing. Something about that just amuses me. Just keep swinging, just keep swinging, just keep swinging till they're all dead again. Now you'll notice that zombie lost his head and his arms, and he just kept on going. is D&D zombies are unfortunately very goddamn resilient. For the most part, they are frustratingly hard to get rid of sometimes. And you'll notice our damage output against these skeletons is terrible, because they are actually incredibly resistant to being cut, as you might imagine, because they're made out of bone. I switched to a club, and you'll notice our damage output's fairly similar, even though this club is way weaker. I have no reason to use that club, but if I had a better blunt weapon, we would actually be benefiting here. Is they would actually be taking proper damage from it. Ooh, wooden shield +2. That's worth swapping off the elven shield. Because even though we save a bunch of weight with the elven shield, this is twice the defense. That is a worthwhile trade. I could go buy a better blunt weapon, but I really don't think I need to care. Also, get used to my shield glowing, because enchanted stuff just glows. That's just how it works. Eventually, I'm going to be covered in glowing stuff, because we want as much enchanted gear as possible, as you might imagine, because it's just better. And if you're wondering, yes, you could probably just pour a fluorescent powder on something and pretend it's enchanted. And unless they can detect magic, they're not going to know the difference. Just got a ghost wandering around. He's just vibing. He's fine. I think he is actually hostile, but I'm just going to ignore him for the moment, because he didn't aggress on me yet. Had I remembered we were getting to the crypts this quickly, I would have also invested in fire arrows sooner than this, because that would have solved more of my problems. Well, I'm upset. Actually, no, I'm not, because we can actually wear 2 rings of protection. Never mind, we're fine. I was about to say I'm upset because remember what I said about not expecting to get one of those anytime quick. Lo and behold, next area after I say that, we find a goddamn ring of protection. Okay, yeah, the ghosts are non-hostile. I thought so. I think those are just the wandering remains of some of the priests who did not actually get converted into the living dead. Or their bodies are running around and their spirits have been separated. One of the two. Could really go either way with that one. You would really think, with how common it is for the dead to rise in these situations, that they would have spent way more time preparing a better countermeasure to the undead than just seal the rooms off and run for your lives. Because I've lost count of the amount of times the dead have risen in Baldur's Gate. Like, specifically in town. Because one temple or another drops the fucking ball and somebody raises the dead within the temple. Oh yeah, we actually can get higher attributes every few levels as well. Because these are the default starting attributes of an archer. Considering I'm primarily a meleeing, I probably should raise my strength. So that is already our highest stat. Charisma, I don't think it's going to be worth it, because yes, it is 5%. And I think that is 5% per point. I think it is telling you exactly what you'll get for what you're spending here. Wisdom granting extra experience is also very tempting to spend points on that, because then we'll level faster and become stronger overall because we'll have more skill points. And I've swayed myself. We're taking that right now. And yeah, level 3 is giving us 3 points. Okay, so my memory was correct that it increases based on what level you're hitting. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna grab Enchant Arrow and Flame Arrow then. they're a pretty common problem. And from what I recall. How do I actually use this? Or is it already... There we go, circle's how I use it. There we go. I knew it looked different when I was shooting the fire arrow. I just needed to remember what button to press. Is in a lot of... One of the few things I remember from the handful of books I had read is that in most of those stories, the undead are actually a fairly big deal to deal with.
I don't have the energy.
Because, you know, they frequently have the typical undead advantage of they don't get tired, they're real hard to get rid of, and if they kill any of your people, they usually rise as more of the enemy, so you're just at a flat disadvantage from the word go there. But the kicker to that being, a lot of those stories forget about how clerics and such can actually kind of dispose of the undead reasonably easily for plot reasons, so they start to seem a little weird sometimes. Because Turn Undead's not that high a level of spell. It's not that complicated. You're gonna have to define which scourge, because there's a lot of different scourges out there. Like, which universe's scourge are you trying to connect here? I can think of an alien race known as the Scourge. I can think of, like, 4 different supernatural varieties of Scourge. I don't know what you're suggesting here. Because unfortunately, Scourge is a fairly common name for things. Unfortunately, I don't remember what the Warcraft Scourge is well enough off the top of my head to be able to give you a guaranteed answer on that. Actually, wasn't the Scourge the source of undead to a certain degree in Warcraft, or am I remembering wrong? Like, I'm having to dig here, because it's been a while since I've had to think about that. And I don't need the whole diatribe, just like the basic concept of what the thing is. Just gonna head that one off now. Let me get rid of this notification because it's bugging me. Yeah, that's what I thought. Just another gift sub expiring. Deal with that later. Okay, we got a useless ring. Love that for me. Our inventory's getting kind of full. So let's go ahead and teleport back after I walk over to the save point. Okay, yeah. Because I remembered them being attached to the undead, I just could not remember what the purpose of the undead, what the purpose of the Scourge was. But no, the undead don't really have a faction, necessarily. There are liches and things, but they're usually just kind of their own evil entity for the most part. They're just off doing their own thing. There are deities attached to death and things like that, but I don't recall there being any that are, like, full factions outside of there being, like, factions of necromancers.
Many fine deals. What are you looking for?
But the undead, for the most part, are not independently intelligent in D&D, from what I recall. Outside of higher-end undead, like, I believe vampires and things above that are capable of individual intelligence. But standard skeletons, zombies, and things like that are treated as fully non-intelligent for the most part. So they just don't even have, like, a full consciousness or anything.
If you need something to split someone's skull, or a helm to protect your own, you'll come to the right place.
Because they are usually just the actual corpse animated by magic, not actually animated with function beyond a body that moves around and tries to kill things. Then your average necromancer would essentially be on a small scale the same concept, but there's not like a grander faction necessarily that I remember. Somebody who pays more attention to that could probably give you a more detailed answer there.
Brought here all the way from the Sunset Mountains.
Let's go ahead and grab a scale helm. There we go. Actual armor instead of just slapping a little leather cap on top of our head and pretending that it'll save our life. Because the magic says it'll work.
Swords, axes, bows.
We can almost pick up another piece of scale armor. I probably shouldn't be investing too heavily there because we'll probably start finding them soon. He says he sells off his rejuvenation potions to see if he can grab one more.
If quality and price are
Still can't quite reach it. It's fine. How's our inventory capacity looking now? Still not great, because bear in mind, all the gear we're wearing counts toward our weight still. Even the potions count towards weight, which is part of why I was selling some of the rejuvenation potions. I probably should sell some of the lower ones too, because I just realized we have 47 of them. That's where a lot of my weight capacity's gone.
I think the smell of the sewer.
Oh, absolutely. There's many reasons why leather would be armor. In part, availability, because it's definitely, in many ways, easier to gain access to leather than it is to make armor out of metal, for example.
Swords, axes, bows. We have everything you need right here.
There we go. These really do not seem like practical boots, but we're gonna wear them because they'll be better protection.
If you need something to split someone's skull,
Though I would presume there are actual boots underneath the scale there. 'Cause otherwise, that's gonna be miserable. And yeah, it would absolutely be cheaper to make as well. That's why I was saying it was more available. Because that accounts for cost, access to material, etc. all in one without sitting there and rolling out the whole list. Efficiency of words, you know? And yeah, properly made leather or gear would be less restrictive. You can definitely make it badly enough that it'll be awkward to move in. Though still less awkward than proper metal armor, that's for sure. Just, if nothing else, because of pure weight. And the fact that it'll bend. Though there are ways to fit flexibility into metal armor as well, you just need to put gaps in the armor, which is not exactly great for the protection, necessarily. But you make trade-offs in favor of whatever aspect of it you need. That's just the nature of how things work. That's why you'll see some forces outfitted with a mix of like leather and metal instead of everybody wandering around in plate mail equivalents. It's like even even though I was making fun of the studded leather, for example, the metal studs in there do actually help. At least in certain situations. Like, obviously it's not gonna protect you against everything. But the metal studs could, like, divert something that's passing through the leather otherwise, etc., etc. We don't need to go into the nitty-gritty there either. So again, that all relies on it having been made properly. Poorly made armor can in some ways be worse than no armor at all. That zombie was still trying to move in case people were like, why is he still making noise? But since he didn't have arms, he couldn't start crawling after me. He was still trying to do the crawling animation with no arms, so it really wasn't working. But once again, proving how upsetting the undead can be to deal with. Because you can put them down and they'll just keep on trying anyway. Admirable in some ways, even if it is very annoying. Well, it would be admirable if it wasn't mindless. True. Well, it depends on the nature of the bad manufacture of it. But I was speaking purely in terms of on the mobility scale we were talking about already. His ill-fitting armor is way worse on your ability to move than properly fitted armor would be, for example. So I would say you're actually, in some ways, more at risk if you're wearing ill-fitting armor, because you're not going to be able to move the way you need to. But it depends on the risk you're trying to avoid. Okay, just more plain rings to sell. They really think I'm going in there, huh? Here. Enjoy fire arrows. It's as if I'm gonna blindly walk into their mist like that. I mean, really now. This is why you come prepared with a mix of weaponry instead of just walking in sword and shield and expecting everything to work out great. Even our enchanted arrows are actually doing a decent job because they're magic. Good old sword and shield does have one advantage in that it's not using any resources aside from health. Those were padded gloves, weren't they? Yep, useless. Oh yeah, these yellow urns, I believe, are the ones we need to put on the pedestals to disable the traps. That's why I can't break them. Well, nobody ever said they use them as well as they did in life. Because if you think about it, it doesn't take that much intelligence to swing an object. The bows are trickier. The bows are definitely interesting. But you can make the argument that maybe there's some flicker of memory there as an excuse for that, which is what's usually used in scenarios where they actually can still use things. Like, the concept of muscle memory exists, for example. Muscle memory doesn't really work for skeletons because there's no muscle there, but muscle memory would be an argument for zombies to be able to use the things. Is being mindless doesn't necessarily mean that the mind is non-functional, it just means it has no sentience. Like, no independent thought. That doesn't preclude necessarily memory existing at all. So, at least as far as my memory of what the definition for sentience goes, is there needs to be cognitive function. Not necessarily nothing. Like, not necessarily high levels of intelligence, just cognitive function at all needs to exist. But again, that also depends on your definition of sentience as well. And you can certainly say that none of these undead are using these weapons well. So the argument can also be made that there's only like a glimmer of the ability there. And perhaps they can do like a monkey see, monkey do. They get shown a sword being swung and they can just copy the motion.
If quality and price are your chief concerns, then look no farther. You'll find my shop has excellent weapons at reasonable prices.
There's a reasonable argument to be made for that. I can't really weigh in on that because I'm not knowledgeable enough, nor do I consider myself an authority enough to be willing to weigh in on a concept like that in a meaningful capacity. Is like, have they shown signs of intelligence beyond just survival? According to studies, yes. How accurate that actually is, well, that depends on how much you trust those studies. So your mileage can vary a little bit there. But again, this comes back to your definition of sentience as well. It depends on where you draw the line for sentience. If you have to be highly functioning and highly intelligent, well, that rules humans out to begin with, really, if you set the bar too high. Again, that's where it ends up being, is it really is just all a measure of what your definition for the requirements are. Is you can set the parameters in ways where a lot of things can end up qualifying. Is like, if your only requirement... Yeah, exactly. If your only requirement is being capable of doing things that are more than just purely survival, then again, quite a few things actually can qualify as sentient. You could even make the argument that dogs would be sentient there. Which I would be inclined to say, yeah, within a certain degree they are. But you end up with a scale of sentience at that point. Because obviously not everything that's sentient is sentient to the same degree. And I would be inclined to say both are sentient, because I've seen demonstrations of sentience from both. But that would also not say they're sentient to the same degree as you and I, or even... Some monkeys, I would say, would be higher on the scale of sentience. Dolphins, there's a debate about as far as where they would fall on the scale necessarily. Mostly because there are many people who would say that dolphins have proven to have a capacity for evil, which is something that would arguably be a... You would have to have sentience to be evil. And I say there's a debate on that because people draw that a bit further than I think is necessarily purely logical. Though I would also say that I think we end up modifying sentience to a certain degree. Because, especially when we test for things having intelligence, we are setting in the parameters in a lot of cases, which can end up influencing how that ends up playing out. So that there's some question marks to be had in there, depending on how you look at that. Like, would I say that there does have to be a base threshold for where sentience begins? Yes, but everything after that is where it gets odd. Yeah, sharks are just kind of goofy. They're a little bit goofy.
Stay down.
But that's what you get when a lot of it, I don't want to call it propaganda, but it has the same effect. His things are portrayed as insert thing for so long that it just kind of sticks as, oh, that's what it actually is. And then people just don't investigate further. Well, yeah, it doesn't go well for them, usually. Like, I want to say one of the reasons why dolphins so frequently got portrayed as helpful was there at least was a belief that dolphins would protect you from sharks. Because sharks would avoid dolphins. Something along those lines. And yeah, the hunting baby sharks and things like that is part of the argument where people were making for dolphins having the capacity for evil. But you could look at that just from a practical survival aspect, and you can't really ascribe evil to that when it's that practical to your survival. Until you consider the fact that they don't really need to be killing those. But that all starts getting a bit fiddly. Because if you look at it purely from the angle of, oh yeah, if we get rid of the young of this thing that tries to kill us, it can't, and they won't be able to come after us in the future. See, and again, that's where it starts swinging back the other way, yeah. Though I do have to point out, how many effective mechanisms would a dolphin have for killing something? Because I don't remember, but what kind of teeth do a dolphin have, just as a starting example? True. But that's kind of what I'm getting at, though, is what would be the effective method for a dolphin to kill something? I would presume, like, hitting it with their tail? Like, with enough concussive force to kill? Because again, I don't know what kind of teeth dolphin have. I do not remember. So outside of something like teeth or like dashing them against sharp rocks or something, I can't really think of something immediate that would be an efficient way for them to kill something. And a lack of information off the top of my head is the only reason I make that argument. Yes. But
my pack won't hold anymore.
So the point you're trying to make there, I presume, is that they would then smash themselves into the thing they need to kill. And that works. But I'm trying to find the way to explain what I'm thinking here. But I'm not really getting to the thought I need to get to.
I'm carrying too much.
But I do stand by the statement that maybe there's still more malice than necessary being ascribed to that.
Our shop carries the finest dwarven weapons, brought here all the way from the Sunset Mountains.
Plus one spear is an argument to be made, but I'd lose the shield for not actually gaining more direct damage, so yeah, we'll get rid of that. The only debate was it would be a magic weapon, and I don't remember how much it being magic actually matters in this game.
If you need something to split,
I feel like there are things that are, at the very least, highly resistant to non-magical attacks. Like, I think a weapon being magical bypasses the issue with the skeletons, for example.
Price are your chief concerns, then look no farther. You'll find my shop has excellent
So I could get the +2 short sword, and that would solve that problem and still give me higher damage, but eh. If I need magic damage, I can just use my fire arrows. Oh, these two do have dialogue. Let's find out what they got.
Well met, friend. It's good to see a new face in the elf song. Please have a seat, share a drink. My name's Ipswich. And what brings you to Baldur's Gate?
Then yeah, if their teeth are sharp, then that's a very easy point to point at of they should just bite the damn thing then and be done with it. One good snap and it's over for a small thing like that. They wouldn't even need to ram into them. I mean, that minimizes the amount of fighting that has to happen, because if the gills are disabled, the shark's done for. They can just wait it out at that point. But that also does point to a degree of intelligence to realize that that works. Good night, ABC.
Ah, sad tale, friend. My heart goes out to you. It seems Baldur's Gate has not been treating its visitors well of late. I, too, am a stranger here.
I'm starting to come around to the point I was trying to make. The idea may be that the dolphins are not necessarily purposefully being cruel, more that they just don't have a capacity for empathy to have a reason to have it actually matter what they're doing. Like, they may just not have a developed function for that. And that's true, yeah. They do know how to get high, which is a whole thing.
Well, I came to pay my respects at the Shrine of Suffering, the local temple run by the priests of Ilmater.
Oh yeah, you mean the place that's overrun with the undead? Yeah. Neat place.
But I came to find the temple sealed, and no one answered my summons. I had a terrible feeling that something was wrong inside, but I did not know what.
There's like one living priest of Ilmater right now. Yeah, I can see why you wouldn't get an answer.
My brother's bones lie within the crypts beneath the shrine. I'd hoped to pay my respects at his grave and take back with me his medallion that had been buried with him. It was always his intention that it be passed on through our family, and now that I have a little one of my own, I wish my child to have the medallion. But now I do not know what to do, so I sit here, drink, and wait for the shrine to awake.
You would not be alone in that thought of considering dolphins to be the people of the sea. Okay, we got a medallion to look for.
Please, leave me be. I want no trouble.
I can understand that.
I've been waiting for someone, but I fear I wait in vain.
I mean, you haven't been waiting for that long, considering you weren't in here a few minutes ago.
My man, Kissin, had just gone on an expedition into the north to a place called Battle of the Bones, where the dead still walk.
Oh, you mean like in the shrine? We've had plenty of that happening.
He has a talent for the shadowy arts, and he had been asked to recover an item, an orb, for someone, then bring it here to Baldur's Gate. The amount of money he was being offered was more than either of us had ever seen.
Boy, have I got some bad news for you about that orb.
When I spoke to him about the expedition, however, he was acting strangely, almost dazed, as if he'd been hypnotized or charmed. He was obsessed with finding this orb for his new employer.
So it wasn't about the money anymore.
We had agreed to meet here in the Elf Song should anything happen. But it's been almost 3 nights now, and I have seen no sign of him. I fear for the worst. I fear that the orb he recovered may have done something horrible to him.
Well, we don't tell her yet, because technically in character, we don't actually know he was the one who brought the orb there. We can only draw those conclusions based on out-of-character knowledge. But it's pretty safe to say anybody involved with that orb is in trouble. Even with just character knowledge, we could definitely say, hey, that orb's bad news. Well, we haven't seen a body or anything to be like, oh yeah, that guy's dead. He's definitely dead. So till we have proof like that, I ain't telling her shit. But if the orb was taken from somewhere where the dead still walk, starts to make a bit more sense how this orb has the powers it does. Because presumably objects like that are fairly common there. Or at the very least, there's someone there that would know how to make such things. Is that Area A just has some latent necromantic energy to it that just raises the dead on its own, and objects may become corrupted by the latent energy in the place. Or there's just like a thriving necromancer population there. which would also be a grand source of an orb that raises the dead and makes people walk to their death to join the living dead. You got options for that one, really.
Stay down. Stay down.
Though admittedly, I seem to recall that actively raising the dead in this universe is not actually that easy. Like, there's usually a decent amount of material components required, though well, correction. Raising them in a useful way is usually complicated. I think actually raising zombies and skeletons isn't actually that difficult now that I think about it a bit more. I think I'm thinking of actually, like, raising sentient dead is the complicated one. Because there's, of course, a rather significant separation there. Since you'd need to reunite a functioning spirit and everything with the body to raise them as themselves, but to raise the body as living dead, you just need to get the body up and moving again. Not to mention, in order to raise a living person, you also need to fix the damage that caused them to be dead in the first place, which can be complicated. Because if you raise them with the same damage that was already done to them, well, they're just gonna fall right back over again, won't they? Like, at that point, they're just gonna keel right back over again, and you've accomplished nothing except wasting your time and causing them more pain. But yeah, just imagine, like, Joe Necromancer and his buddies just all getting together on a Sunday. Just literally raising hell. It would be beneficial. Like, technically, for the most part, healing magic doesn't need direction. It just goes and does its own thing and fixes whatever is wrong, is usually how it's described. But one would presume knowing how to direct those energies would make it more efficient. Yeah, magic usually can put, like, limbs and shit back together in universe. Or grow them back in some circumstances, though there have also been an equal amount of cases that I can recall in the various stories and such where it can only close the wound and the limb is still gone. So, really got a good amount of debate as to how that actually works in the grander scheme of things. This is another one of those people can't seem to agree as to which way that works. Because if, for example, the healing magic functions by just, like, regrowing that which was destroyed, you could, in theory, just attach the limb again and it would re-knit the flesh back together there. But there's also all of the internal damage that would have to be fixed. I'm just using a missing limb just as a convenient starting point, because that would be something that would be difficult to fix without having to fix the death part. But, like, then you'd have to decide whether healing magic can fix organ damage, and that's a whole other question. It gets complicated. It gets real complicated, if you think about it too hard. It is usually just decided, as far as I'm aware, that resurrection involves just fixing the entire body back to fully functional state, which would be, like, fully repaired. I mean, you could technically raise a limb, yeah. I believe there is a separate undead creature that is just like a living hand and such. So, yeah, absolutely, you could just raise a limb. It would function similarly, if you think about it, to raising the whole body as a mindless undead, because if it's already mindless, you don't really need a brain at all. So, as long as you're willing to ignore the concept of muscular atrophy or the fact that there would be no blood running to any of it to make it function, which a lot of undead already kind of ignore those as concepts to begin with anyway. Yeah, sure, you could just make a hand go running around.
My pack won't hold anymore.
Like, there's definitely been plenty of instances of, like, just talking heads. Like, no body, just a head that's fully functional and just kind of hangs around and talks to people. So, if they could do just that, you know, why not just make the arm get up and go around, or the leg?
If you need something to split someone's skull,
That is a much better short bow. But it is only +1. I feel like we'll be able to find one like that before too long. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Necromancy is usually a thing that makes a lot of people unhappy. Necromancy is pretty consistently just locked into the evil-only side of things. Some groups consider it a necessary evil, so it is accepted, but it really depends on where you are and who you're talking to. In the average amount of society, I seem to recall that necromancy is, at best, you'll be looked at as the weird neighbor, and nobody will really like you. But more often than not, you'll be chased out of town. Type deal. Assuming you're not in a very heavily good aligned area where they will probably just try to kill you. Like here in Baldur's Gate specifically, I believe it's not okay. Well, they don't even think about what you're raising them for. They're just not happy about the fact you're raising people from the dead in the first place. Something defiling the bodies, something profaning their spirits, etc., etc. Hey, this sure is a dead guy. Looks an awful lot like the guy who was carrying the orb in the other cutscene, so, afraid ain't the guy who brought the orb here. Now we hit the orb until it stops making bad magic things happen. Because, you know, that's how you solve evil magic items, right? You just hit it with a mace until it stops being magic anymore. Heal, you fool, before you die. You'll notice it's up in the air, so we can't actually hit it until we dispose of the wave of undead it spawns. In case anybody's like, why can't you just kill the orb without dealing with the undead? You don't have that option. You basically have until it finishes charging up another wave to hit it. I think Right, disruption. That's what's happening. Disruption makes things vaporize sometimes. That's the one. Disruption's fun. That's why they're just turning into fireballs occasionally. It's a real good one to have. There we go. Broke the orb. And there we go. All of the undead in the area have been vaporized with the orb being destroyed. Exactly. Because if you think about it, if the orb isn't there anymore, as in we smash it into pieces, magic has nowhere to be anymore. Oh, he does not look good.
You've done it! I feared that we were lost. Ilmater has truly sent you to us in our darkest hour. Where did this foul orb come from?
I found this map on the frozen guy.
Someone did this horrid act on purpose? All those deaths, who would wish us such harm?
Technically, we know part of the answer to that. Because the other guy saw the ones discussing the orb being placed, so we at least know what those people look like. Admittedly, the guy was wearing a helmet that obscured their whole head, so we can only be like, oh, it was evil helmet guy, which is not particularly helpful, because there's a lot of helmet people around, and a decent amount of them are probably evil. So,
This is grave news. I appreciate all you have done for us. Please, accept this as a small token of our temple's thanks. I will consult with our remaining priests and see if they can determine who was behind this evil act. I will send someone to you should we discover anything. Wait for a messenger at the Elf Song Tavern. We will contact you should we learn anything.
Are there other remaining priests? I mean, I guess there have to be. We got an amulet of protection. Nice. And look, it's full of blue sparklies now. That means good things are happening. Yeah, you know what? It's a crypt. I'm sure they'll deal with him on their own. I don't need to move that body. I don't need to touch the frozen in fear dead man. That seems like somebody else's problem. Oh, hey, speaking of somebody coming here to contact me. Oh, who are you?
I wouldn't spend too much time with me, stranger. Best move on, lest my misfortune attach itself to you. Surely you've heard of the thieves plaguing Baldur's Gate? Well, one of them waylaid the merchant caravan I was guarding while we were less than a league from Baldur's Gate.
Trust me, the lump on the back of my head is very well aware of the thieves plaguing this town. And you're trying to tell me, though, that your entire merchant caravan was waylaid by one thief? Please tell me it was more than one of them, otherwise I might be right to just walk away from you, because you are incredibly disappointing if you were defeated by one thief.
They came upon us in the night, slaughtered several guards, and made off with most of the caravan's goods, including a box of rare spices from
Okay, now you're implying that there was more of them. And at least an attack in the night makes more sense than one of them just strolling up to you in the middle of the day and being like, all your stuff is mine now.
I was hoping that I could track down the thieves and set the matter right by at least recovering the box of spices. But since coming to the city, I've had no luck tracking down their guild.
Hey there, Jay. So far, so good. We've made our way through the sewers and up through the crypt, saving at least a few of the priests of Ilmater from being destroyed by the undead. So, you know, overall a pretty good day so far.
You're kind, stranger, but I fear that you'll have as little
How are
luck
you
as
doing?
I've had. Carry my best wishes with you in any event.
There's another side quest for us to deal with if it happens to work out. Going to continue to ignore the plot while I sort out our inventory.
Good to see my weapons and armor being put to good use.
Oh yeah, he actually reacts to all the things you've done, yeah. He actually acknowledged the fact that we went and cleaned out the temple.
My weapons should prove useful if you run across any more of the Walking Dead.
It's a neat thing that he keeps getting more and more dialogue as things progress. We are one short of Arcane Quiver and one short of Ice Arrows. Ice Arrows are, as you might imagine, really useful because the freeze does actually stop them in place, at least from what I recall. I would really like Hail of Arrows because that'll just give us default additional shots.
Any fine deals? What are you looking for? Our shop carries the finest dwarven weapons, brought here all the way from the Sunset Mountains.
Let's grab a scattering of things here a bit.
Suppose we have everything you need right here.
More hit points. We definitely want some more carrying capacity as well at the rate this is going. There we go. Because we'll get 5 points on level 5 anyway, so we'll be able to pick up one of the 5-point things that I want. We could get the Flaming Longsword at this point, but now that we have that Mace of Disruption, I'm really not that interested in it anymore. Alright, Jarek, what do you got for me?
Well met, adventurer. Ethan has told me of how you rescued him in the sewers, and I have already heard of your bravery in the Shrine of Suffering. I decided that I would see this hero for myself. I am not disappointed. I hope you shall not disappoint me. Your actions in the temple showed great courage and sacrifice, a willingness to risk your life to protect others, an admirable quality. Ethan and I are members of the Harpers, a group whose members have dedicated their lives to the safety of the realms and its people. I invite you to join us. We seek men and women of courage to band with us to protect the realms when the realms cannot protect itself. As a Harper, you will have our support. We will do what we can to help you in the realms. We are in need of your help against a grave threat to Baldur's Gate. What say you?
We don't really have a choice here. If I recall, saying no to this just means the plot doesn't progress. So sure, yeah, I would totally be honored to be a Harper. Yeah. That totally isn't gonna just mean all of the problems of the world are gonna get dumped on my head. That's totally not what's going to happen here at all.
Excellent. There's no time to waste. We need you to perform a task for us.
See, exactly. Immediately being put to work before any of that help could happen.
The orb you encountered in the temple was placed there for a reason. It was intended to sow chaos, to distract the City Watch in order to allow another group to operate freely.
Good thing we took care of that before the City Watch actually had to deal with that then, huh?
The dead man you found in the room with the orb was a thief. He was a member of a thieves' guild, a new guild that has appeared in Baldur's Gate. This guild follows the symbol of a bloody eye, and they left their mark on the bodies of 2 city watchmen murdered several days ago. This guild has declared war on the existing Baldur's Gate Thieves Guild. In the past few days, many of the old guild's members have vanished. Dead, most likely.
Can't help but notice this guy's telling us mostly the same information we already have as well. Well, aside from the eye thing, the symbol bit is new information technically for us. But the rest of this is information we already had, including the dead Watchmen. We knew about the 2 murdered Watchmen already, and about the disappearing Thieves Guild members. And we knew that the guy that put the orb there was a member of the Thieves Guild already. How useful are these people? Answer, not very. Please try harder.
That may be asking too much. Of greatest concern to us is the rumor of powerful magic backing this guild. Perhaps a mage, or several mages. The power of the orb in the Shrine of Suffering is proof of this. Whatever the source of this new guild's strength, we would like you to infiltrate the guild and find out who or what is behind it.
I mean, they might have powerful magic, but I do have a mace that just kind of makes things vaporize occasionally. I think I'm fine. I think I'll be okay.
Excellent. Another agent of ours tracked one of the thieves to a secret guild entrance below the city. It's a secret door on the first level of the sewers in the northeast section. We have no idea how to open the door, however. It bears a special enchantment that is proof against most magics.
Remember the door? Well, the weird, like, indentation I showed y'all in the sewers earlier today? The one I said must be relevant later? That's the door. Almost guaranteed.
Let me see it. Ah, yes, a curious item. It seems to bear a minor enchantment that dispels shadows, but the enchantment in the key is dormant. Perhaps its close proximity to the orb disrupted the enchantment. I may be able to awaken it. Ah, there we are. It should function as intended now. Simply bring it close to the secret door in the sewers, and the key will reveal the door and allow you to open it.
So I guess in more practical terms, the door just has an illusion on it? Is the whole thing about shadows and everything just sounds like an illusion to me.
Please be careful. These thieves have already killed some of the City Watch. They will not hesitate to kill you if you're discovered.
Alright, back to the sewers with us. And I think the most efficient way to get there. I could go back through the cellar to get there, or I could go back up through the stairs. So wasn't the stairs on level 1? Well, they would have to be on level 1, because if they were on level 2, they wouldn't be able to reach the surface, logically, so yes, that should work. This should be the fastest way to get to where we need to go. You would think, though, they should send somebody that the Thieves Guild wouldn't immediately recognize. Then again, only 3 of them have seen us before. Like, the head guy, a Kane, and the 2 thieves that clobbered us have seen us before. The rest of the guild wouldn't have. But either way, probably still better to send some completely unrelated person to infiltrate instead of us. But what do I know?
What happened in the temple? Why do the priests still live?
I do not know, my Lord Xantum. I have heard rumors that the orb was destroyed before it could do more than slay a few priests.
By whom?
I do not know for certain, my lord, but I think my thieves and I may have met the attacker on the city streets above.
If they were one of your victims, how is it this creature still lives?
The City Watch came upon us as we were about to deal the killing blows, my lord. We were forced to flee to avoid being captured.
Your oversight has cost us much, Khan.
Right, Karn, not Kane.
Gather the soldiers. Although our secret entrances still remain undetected, it's only a matter of time before the dogs of the City Watch sniff us out, and we must be prepared for them.
I will see to it at once, my lord.
Khan, if the creature who destroyed the orb should make its way here...
It shall not come to that, my lord. I swear it.
Ta-da, beholder!
We shall see, Khan. If you fail me in this, I shall attend to the matter personally.
Well, you gotta think. Most thieves' guilds are the fantasy equivalent of organized crime. Not necessarily just purely break into places and steal things thieves. And most organized crime have front-facing, public-facing entities within them. And you can't be invisible all the time, for lack of a better way of putting it, either. You have to be out in public at some point. Because because otherwise you'd have to work purely through intermediaries for everything, which the higher end people within organizations like that do exactly that. More often than not, the higher end people in the Thieves Guilds and such, nobody even knows they exist. They're usually myths at most. Wow, thanks, game. Thanks for making that knife completely unreachable. That's just... I know, I can jump and get it, but point being, that was a terrible place to land. Well, bear in mind, this Thieves Guild we're dealing with here is not your traditional Thieves Guild either. They're not really... Like, I don't know why they're being defined as a Thieves Guild, if I'm honest. They really aren't one. I would consider them more of a cult than a Thieves Guild. But I guess they're being called a Thieves Guild because they just happen to employ a lot of thieves. Is like, usually the more standard existing Thieves Guilds are exactly what we're talking about right now, of the... Yeah, there's a few bad thieves that get caught all the time and look real stupid, but the big people within there are pretty subtle and are usually like running, smuggling, and things like that. Yeah, exactly. That's the other part, is they're the better to deal with crime, so they let them keep handling in the way things work, rather than in whoever wanders in. Yeah, exactly. It's the lesser of two evils scenario for the most part. And that's also a fair statement, yeah, is you could make the argument that they are a cult of capitalism, essentially, but same could be said of every business, so I don't know if you can really assign that to Thieves Guilds, necessarily. Yeah, it's absolutely a better the devil you know than the devil you don't. If I didn't have so much power behind this Morning Star of Disruption, I'd absolutely take this Staff of Disruption because it'd be fun. Well, you know what? We're gonna use it for a bit anyway because it'll be fun. Just whack them with a stick and watch them just disappear. And as you can see, the staff is actually pretty good. Like, the attack speed on the staff is actually in line with what it should be. They're redistributors, yes. They're experts in acquisition and redistribution. Enough out of him. But no, it is definitely a common thing in a lot of fantasy stories where the good side will actually work with the local thieves to sort out a problem. It'll be a case of like, okay, you guys are criminals, but you're mostly benign criminals. Like, sure, you steal stuff here and there, but you don't, like, go out killing people constantly. Meanwhile, these guys over here, they've just been massacring people left and right. Help us out, and, you know, maybe we'll turn a blind eye to a few of the things you're doing over there, and you can go have fun. That's a fairly common scenario that'll play out. And let's be real, thieves are actually pretty useful to know. Thieves are pretty useful to have on your side. Because usually you need information, you know who's got it? Probably the Thieves Guild. You need something that you're not supposed to have, you know who probably has it? Probably the Thieves Guild. About the main thing you can't rely on the Thieves Guild for would be magic. Though sometimes they have that too. Depends on the Thieves Guild and depends on the world you're dealing with there. Exactly, yeah. They are exactly the I know a guy bunch. Which is, again, why they fit into the organized crime label. Is usually thieves guilds that survive and thrive because they have connections. And it may not even necessarily be governmental connections, it may just be like powerful noble connections, or just so many connections within the town that the town only actually functions because they remain in place. And the whole thing might collapse without them. You know, guys, I think my fire arrows might be slightly more effective than your knives. Exactly, yeah. You know, unless your marketing goal is terrifying the local villages into submitting to your empire, then John the Butcher of Villagers might be the better one. So, fun fact about why I died there. I pressed the potion button, but remember that delay I mentioned at the beginning of the game? The slight delay where your health is rising from the potion. They were hitting a little too hard for that speed to keep up that time. I got a little greedy. And that's why you don't go diving into the midst of a bunch of angry thieves. Yeah, and you can also look at the angle of, consider the amount of media that show, like, to use a more modern example, the police employing snitches and such to keep an eye on the criminal element. The very same thing could be done with thieves guilds. You employ a certain amount of thieves within the guild that are essentially playing both sides, and it's fairly well known that they're doing that, but as long as they don't step on the wrong toes, both sides lets them live and do their thing. Just a worse version of my mace, okay. Yeah, I should have put the staff away and used the mace when I dove into that pile as well, but it's fine. Also, apparently I didn't save after I came back from dropping stuff off before, based on the fact that my inventory is full again already. Yeah, exactly. That is more or less exactly what I'm saying.
Word is you're taking on that new Thieves Guild, friend. Watch your back. And maybe get some armor for it.
That is one of my favorite lines from him, and I was waiting for us to get to it. Because he just immediately turns the, hey, don't get shanked into a sales pitch.
Weapons would be sure to stop a thief dead in his tracks. If you're taking on the new guild, be sure to get them all. Thieves have long memories.
He's right about that.
We have many fine deals. What are you looking for?
Like, there's just something very funny about him.
Weapons, brought here all the way from the Sunset Mountains.
I could upgrade to scale mail, but I think, let me look at how much damage my short bow does.
I can't do that here.
Yeah, it's just 4 to 8, yeah. Based on the way some of that area is designed, I want that upgraded short bow.
Watch your back, and maybe get some armor for it too.
Like, whoever did the voice acting for that shopkeeper genuinely did a good job at specifically on that line with how the tone changes mid-sentence.
Watch your back, and
Okay, now that we have a better bow, we should be able to clean out that room with less trouble. Because the low roll for this bow is higher than the highest roll on that other bow. Go ahead and save the fact that I bought this, though, so that we don't end up doing something stupid, getting myself killed and losing it now, shall we? Though it is a static item, so I'd be able to buy it again. I just don't want to have to go back and buy it again. It would be, how shall we say, inconvenient? Yeah, no, I can kind of get that, yeah. Even the tone is actually a little bit similar from what I remember. Of how Father Gregory sounded. Also a similar kind of, I have to trust you, but I don't really trust you. Like, they both have used car salesman energy to them a bit. Absolutely nothing here still. Okay, I don't know why I checked again. We were just here and didn't find anything, and yet I decided to check for items again anyway. Dum-de-dum, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Look how much faster this was compared to using the other bow. And that's why fixed barricades don't work against somebody else who can just shoot over your barricades back at you, and you don't use your barricades as cover. You know what? This is a great idea. Oh, damn it. I thought I could move the table. I was gonna push the table into the fire to burn the place down. Actually, wait. If I'm gonna do that... Exactly, yeah. Your chest-high walls only work if you duck below them. Yeah. No, I can't push it into the fire. No. And I suppose the idea there is you can trust them to be who they are, because they will, of course, do what suits them. So you can trust them within the vein of what they are, but also, you know, don't turn your back on them, especially when you're leaving your money on the table. Oh, complete aside, but I meant to mention this way earlier. There's also a Game Boy Advance port of this game that is apparently actually fairly competent. And I'm lucky that I didn't buy gloves, because we just conveniently found the gloves. So now everything is scale except our most important armor piece, the piece covering the majority of our body. Like, you can debate whether the helmet or the chest piece is the most important, but I feel like just coverage-wise. Why to which part? If you mean why was there a Game Boy Advance port, I have no idea. So I would also file that under a why not. I really should stop recklessly fighting so much, because we do have a bit of a potion train problem at this point. happen to want to play something like this on the go. Functionally, as far as all the mechanics and such go, it would work perfectly fine on the Game Boy Advance. The scale of it is the only thing that might be a bit of an issue to fit on a cartridge, is the only thing. But presumably it worked. It probably is scaled down in some ways, if I were to hazard a guess, because I have not actually played that version. But I have seen it, and it does visually look exactly like you'd expect a Game Boy Advance version of this to look. Because there are plenty of isometric action RPGs on the Game Boy Advance that function perfectly fine. So, like, that aspect of it's actually not that big a deal. That's a genre that's actually fairly well served on that system. Considering you've got things like the Boktai games. What was... God damn it, brain. Why are you blanking on that immediately? Because there was one we literally played not that long ago. And of course, there's the Shining Soul games on the Game Boy Advance as well. That actually are, like, pretty lengthy and fairly deep, so... You just wouldn't have the same visual fidelity, would be the main separation there, I would say. And this game, I believe, in its time was fairly popular, so it would make sense for them to make ports of it. That specific port, again, remains an interesting decision, but it makes a degree of sense. Wow, this room was very profitable. Also tried to kill me. There's the spice box. So we got a +1 short bow, which is not as good as the Masterwork short bow +1, so I don't feel too upset about that. And we got a Battle Axe +1, which is not better than our Morningstar of Disruption. And that's it. It was cool looking stuff, just nothing actually useful. Lots of gems, though. Lots of gems for us to sell. A smarter man would probably take the time to go back to town again and go buy potions. I'm smart enough to acknowledge that, but not smart enough to outweigh my impatience enough to go back right now. Yeah, I'll probably have a look at the Game Boy Advance port either when we finish this or just at some point in general. Get used to those exploding chests, by the way. They're going to become pretty common going forward. Just a funny little ha-ha trick. You know, you can't possibly not trap your chests. That'd be silly. That's asking people to take your stuff. And what would thieves hate the most? People taking their stuff. And I'm sure it makes great practice material for new thieves to see if they can avoid blowing themselves up. Okay, that's explosive. That goes through the shield. Makes sense. And or it is magical and therefore it goes through the shield in that situation too. Either one. Speaking of great practice material for new thieves, I'm sure this is part of their athletic training. Run through the trap room and don't die. If you die, well, good news, you failed the test. You're no longer a thief because you're vapor. Well, yeah, because it's only funny when they do it. We all know how that works. Oh yeah, that's this bit. I remember this bit now. This one's funny. Because you probably spotted how it worked immediately. Each of them has a set of blocks around it that will fall. not just specifically within a radius around it. So I think it might be random, because I thought the one above me was safe last time. Or did I jump diagonally reflexively and just not even consider it as a concept? No, I must have reflexively jumped diagonally. There we go. And then there's the fun question of, is it stealing when you're stealing from a thief? The answer being yes, because just in practical terms, you're still taking something from someone else. The only debatable bit there is if it belonged to you to begin with, you're not taking it from someone that it belonged to. Unless you go by possessions 9/10 the law, in which case, well, they owned it at that point because they had it. But that's a whole other thing. Another light mace of disruption. Yeah, this Thieves Guild is like predominantly just street thugs instead of proper burglars and such, which it seems. You know, you would think I would have remembered that there was a jump button in this game immediately based on the fact that these sections existed. But I think I mostly blotted these sections out of memory. Oh, god damn it. This is why there's save points so frequently in this area, because there's a lot of falling to your death that'll happen. And I'm pretty sure there are ways to bypass this a bit, but I do not remember them. Slash, I never knew them. So I seem to recall that I just went with this at the time. I didn't really have any issue with it. There we go. That had to be a viable platform, because otherwise you wouldn't have been able to make it over here. Has a lot of spiders. Based on the way I'm not seeing anything get vaporized anymore, by the way, I think Disruption might have specifically only worked on Undead. I thought that at first, but for some reason my brain was like, no, Disruption works on everything. And now brain is reasserting itself in the other direction based on current evidence. Nope, nope, don't like that. Don't like that at all. Kill it with fire. Absolutely not. Large spiders, okay, sure. Spiders that big? Nah. Nah, man. None of that. I draw the line at when they're bigger than two of me combined. Though one would figure that the venom on these ones would be more dangerous than those supersized ones. But who knows? They're magic, so they might ignore rules. Though it sure is interesting that there's this many spiders in the Thieves Guild. Do they tame spiders? Is that just one of their side gigs? I guess they would need a source of poison. I would figure serpents would be easier to manage than spiders. Or, you know, growing medicinal poisons Oh, not medicinal poisons, herbal poisons. That's more the word I was going for. So medicinal poison is actually a viable thought to a certain extent. Now the oozes are different, but I guess maybe they use these for disposal. And again, this is also a guild run by a beholder, so I suppose a certain amount of random creatures as guards might also be a viable explanation. I really thought that first slime was dead. It wasn't. Another keen hand axe to join the collection of keen hand axes. There we go. How many potions do I have left? 10. Okay. We've actually gained potions again, so that's good. Ring of Intellect. Can I wear that and still wear the other rings? Nope, I'd have to give up one of the protection rings. I don't think that's worth it for intellect. Energy's not really a priority. Because we really only use a handful of fire arrows occasionally. And we have potions to just keep chugging our MP back up, so it's not like we need a high max energy count, particularly. I think that'll be worth more to me as money. Most other stats, I probably would have taken a ring of insert stat here. But that one, nah. This guy's not really about brains. If he was about brains, he never would have shown up in Baldur's Gate to begin with. That's a lot of exploding enemies. I'm just gonna let them take care of each other a bit here. Because you notice they were doing friendly fire damage when they blew up. There we go. Problem solved. Wading into that would have been very disastrous very quickly. Do 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 do. That's another big spider. Nope. Nope, that's poison. Hate it here. Really wishing I had explosive arrows right about now, so I could clear this room way faster than dealing with them one at a time. Thankfully, this game was still within an era where the AI is reasonably easy to fool. There's the poison again. Oh, hey, some of you survived, huh? That's annoying. So that kind of worked out in my favor because I think it got blown up a bit too. You know, sometimes you just gotta take advantage of the situation as best you can. Welcome to yet another one of the reasons, though, why bringing a bow is a good idea. You never want to be without a ranged option. I don't even know why these rats are here. They really don't stand a chance at all. I mean, there's a few of them. There's definitely, like, numbers advantage at play here. But when I can one-tap all of them, it's not really that much of a thing. Well, they almost got me with that trap. I almost walked right into that because I was expecting enemies rather than traps. Bum ba da ba da bum 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 ba da ba da ba bum ba da ba dum bum bum ba da bum ba da ba da da. I can't believe that one didn't hit me. I basically touched that on the way by. There we go. I knew one of them was gonna get me eventually because I was not really trying that hard to avoid them. And I was just getting very lucky. Boss fight.
So, you've come all this way to think I missed the chance to kill you when we first met.
Aw, you remember me. Look at you. I mean, we can't say that he struck as a coward because he didn't even attack us. He showed up after the other two whacked us upside the head. He's just the leader. Of course he doesn't get his hands dirty directly. Yeah, no, this one's right. I'm here to kill you, not banter with you. Your boss would be worthy of banter. You're just a thug. Not even that good a one either. He does, I seem to recall, hit rather hard in melee with that big sword of his, though. So we are gonna play keep away. Though his knives, as you can see, hurt a fair bit too when he can actually hit you with them enough. We might actually lose this fight, because we don't have any potions left, it seems. Or do I have... Nope, that used all the good ones too, huh? Well, that's potentially a shame. Yep, there it is. So maybe I should have taken the opportunity to banter with him. Anyway, we're gonna go buy some potions. We also need to clear some inventory for what we're gonna get anyway. It's worth remembering what I said about the...
Word is you're taking on that new Thieves Guild, friend.
The idea of me getting in trouble because I'm rushing.
And maybe get some armor for it, too. Any of these weapons would be sure to stop a thief dead in his tracks.
Also, can I say that it's a problem that he is already saying, like, oh yeah, I heard you're taking on the Thieves Guild. Like, clearly we did not have a very subtle and quiet conversation in this pub here, because...
On the new guild, be sure to get them all. Thieves have long memories.
I could get the scale mail.
Any fine deals? What are you looking for?
Scale mail would be good, because our current armor is, what, 12 on the chest? Yeah, so that's 9 more, which would put us up to 56. And our weapons are actually pretty good at this point. They're both, like, 10 and higher, more or less. The iron shield would be useless, because this wooden shield plus 2 is the same value. But that would be me spending all my money and not buying potions.
You're taking on that new Thieves Guild, friend. Watch your back.
Actually, I can get a decent amount of potions and still buy the scale mail, though, so we'll still get it.
Any of these weapons would be sure to stop a thief dead in his tracks.
There we go. So now we have another 10 healing potions, give or take. And now we actually are wearing armor instead of the leather. Which, you know, we've already discussed that leather's decent armor too, but... There we go. Grab a few more healing potions. Now to actually beat Karn properly.
So...
Just here to kill you, bud. No need to chat. You can absolutely keep his AI confused enough if I think pursuing you. Also, he's doing... Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, he's suddenly doing way less damage, even though our armor only went up by 9. Now he does block too. Look at him. Yeah. As you might imagine, being the leader of a thieves guild, he is not completely incompetent in the ways of avoiding being just beaten to the ground. But if you can get him in a loop, you could... I'm gonna guess he got a high roll there, because we were only down to almost half, and then suddenly I died. Should have been able to get away with that with the health we had, but I'm gonna guess he just happened to hit me harder. I don't remember ever having this much trouble with Karn. And I'm definitely wearing better armor than I usually had for this part. You think I need to actually... Oh, did I not save after I went and... I fucking hate it here. I thought I saved. I could have swore I had stopped to save. God damn it, me. You'll also note that he does eat his target as well. Like, can I win this fight still? Yes. Is it gonna be a whole pain in the ass to win? Yes. Which is why we're not bothering. Let me go fix the fact that apparently I didn't save. I swear I saved, though. Unless I opened the menu and canceled it, and then I convinced myself that I saved. Wouldn't be the first time.
Word is you're taking on that new Thieves Guild, friend. Watch your back. And maybe get some armor for it, too. Any of these weapons would be sure to stop a thief dead in his tracks. If you're taking on the new guild, be sure to get them all. Thieves have long memories.
Oh yeah, you don't actually change which potions are equipped. Right. Okay. For some reason, I thought I needed to swap to the higher potions for them to be used. But I think it just uses them in that order, regardless of whether you have insert many of one or the other. And obviously, I'm not going to sell my potions of the smaller kinds or anything, because even though they don't heal as much, it'd be a waste to get rid of them. Now, actually save this time. There we go. Can't believe I'm having this much trouble with this clown.
So, you've...
You don't want him hitting you with that sword. Game, I would like you to actually shoot the direction I'm pointing, please. Thank you. This is also part of why you want Hail of Arrows, by the way, is to account for when the game decides you're not actually shooting where you're trying to point the stick to shoot. There it goes. Oh yeah, he throws one more fucking knife. I forgot about that. And you'll notice that did actually do damage. You can actually have a double KO there, where you're basically dead He goes down, throws that knife, and then you die with him. Such a dick move. Let's go ahead and pick up Hail of Arrows 1. Now you'll notice... Oh no, Hail of Arrows is this one. Okay. I'm getting my games mixed up. Hail of Arrows is you spend energy to fire 2. Not as good. There are some of these where something like Hail of Arrows actually just gives you default more arrows coming out of the bow. Keen Spear +1 and a Serrated Hand Axe. Neither of those are that impressive. Let's save the fact that Karn is dead, so I don't have to embarrass myself with that fight again. Because apparently I've just become completely incompetent as far as dealing with him goes. But then again, like, greater than 10 years will do that, I guess. Down to level 3. Because obviously he's not the end of this place. There is a barrier in the way. Oh yeah, these things. Yeah. Yeah, those are also funny. They see you, they vaporize you. Again, presumably more thief training devices. Because after all, a thief that gets caught is not a very useful thief, so vaporizing the incompetent keeps cleanup easy. Go, 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 go. That's a bit easier to deal with. That doesn't instantly kill me. Look at it this way. By the time we get to the end of this area, we'll technically qualify to be a member of this Thieves Guild because we can get through all their shit. Oh boy. Yeah! Dead. I love that you still hear your character hit the ground as if you died a normal death, by the way, when you get vaporized. Ow. Oh, I think I understand the assignment here. Ta-da! It's a good thing those things can't aim up or down at all. If they could aim even slightly up, we would have been in big trouble there. Okay, so we got this one spinning around here. And you'll notice they stay locked on target for a second, too. Yeah, don't fall for the fact that you would think there's one lever and done. It's not at all the case. And that wow noise you're hearing is the things retracting into their pots. Round and round we go. Hit the levers as we go. Oh god! Got it. That was almost bad. Just a bit of bugbear muscle now. Okay. That's fine. Ring of Regeneration. I definitely want that. That's definitely better than just +1 armor. Because now you'll notice our health bar actively going up. So between fights, I don't need to drink potions to keep our health topped up anymore. Like, obviously, if I'm grievously injured and about to go into another fight, we'll top up, but it's good maintenance. And now the throne room. The room we've seen in the cutscenes so many times. It's time to face the Beholder. Hi. I'm the creature that's been pissing you off.
So, you are the stranger that Khan spoke of. You humanoids all look alike to me, weak and fragile. Khan should have killed you when he had the chance.
So I got bad news for you about that.
It is no matter. There are always others like him, small-minded and foolish, eager to take his place. You humanoids were born to be our slaves.
I don't disagree with your first point, but I very heavily disagree with your second point.
And you will answer for those deaths. Do you think that your efforts here have saved this city? You're wrong. Our power extends far beyond these city streets. You cannot hope to stop us all.
True, but I can kill you. And that seems like a big you problem.
It is you who will die, and your death will be a slow one.
Let's see how well you can handle fulfilling that one, shall we? Though, for those unaware of what beholders are all about, every one of those eyes does a different thing, and all of them are bad. For us. They're great for him. Ow, 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 ow. He also, you know, has those big teeth. But I would figure that the smart play here is to trick him into keep trying to bite me. Oh, that does magic missile. Okay, that homes in. Yeah, don't fight a beholder at their range. Force them into a different position where they'll be at a disadvantage. Because they are very dangerous opponents. As you can see by how much damage I took from those lightning orbs he fired off. But as long as you can manipulate the fight, they're not really that big a deal. They're just another monster. Oh, you just conveniently show up after I did all the work, huh? Of course you did. Look, a map.
You have accomplished far more than I could have hoped. Truly, the Harpers are blessed to have you among our number. You have my thanks, and the thanks of all of Baldur's Gate. These maps on the wall. Baldur's Gate, the Sunset Mountains, the Marsh of Chilimba. It is as I feared. The evil that has risen in Baldur's Gate is only part of a greater evil. These three locations are tied, though I know not how.
The evil triangle.
This gate worries me. This beholder and his legions were able to use it to enter Baldur's Gate without being detected. It seems this gate is tied to the Sunset Mountains.
How does he know that?
Further cause for worry. We've heard strange rumors from the Sunset Mountains over the past few weeks, but the agent we sent to investigate the rumors has not returned. I now fear for his life. Please, I must ask you to head through the gate and see what has happened in the Sunset Mountains. Other creatures may have arrived there, and if so, we must know their strength before taking action. You have already accomplished much, and we are grateful. Please, here is some gold and items that may aid you on your mission. Use them wisely.
Don't waggle your finger at me.
I must go and tell the dukes of the city what has been discovered here. Please rest and prepare yourself before heading through the gate. There's no telling what waits on the other side.
Magic longsword, magic shortbow, bunch of money, bunch of experience. They aren't kidding when they say these are magic items, though, because that's the very same flaming longsword I kept debating buying. At this point, it's arguable whether it's better than the Morning Star of Disruption. I don't remember if the fire damage from this is counted in the damage number on it. I think it isn't, which actually means that this is stronger. And the fine short bow, not as good as my masterwork. But hey, mild upgrade. For some reason I thought flaming weapons were also just like actively on fire, but I think that's a different one of these that has them constantly on fire. But anyway, I guess we're going through the spooky portal. Off to Act 2. As you might imagine, each of those locations shown on the map may or may not be one of the acts of the game. What do you know? Yeah, welcome to the Sunset Mountains, where things are gonna get a fair bit harder. Or from time to time. I seem to recall the arrival here being kind of rough, and then it gets nasty again at the end. Oh, there we go. Now the sword's on fire. It waits till there's enemies around. Remember when I was talking about gnolls before? Yeah, these I am 90% sure are gnolls. At least this universe is gnolls. Like, big hyena men, basically. Though, not always that big, but... these are definitely bigger than us. Now, from universe to universe, gnolls, I seem to recall, remain reasonably constant in what they are. With, like, minor variations, unlike some creatures which vary very greatly. From universe to universe, how they are described and how they are portrayed. Also, I probably should spend my level because we are not gaining, at least not visibly gaining experience. You know what? At the rate things are going, let's get us some improved critical. Yeah, let's get a little bit of intestinal fortitude and then one more improved critical. You can already see the difference there. What a few crits will do for you. And since the crits apply both to our bow and to our sword, it's worth it. I forget what these are. I want to say they have a slightly unexpected name, but I don't remember what these are called. But I might also be thinking of what things that look like this are called in wizardry as well. And that might be where I'm getting confused. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh, they're throwing rocks. Look at them. But yeah, we have the best armor we could buy, and notice the fact that they are doing very good damage to us when they actually hit us. And you'll start to understand why I say that it can be kind of dangerous coming into this area. Like, your entry to this territory is a little rough. But as long as you can handle it, it's profitable. You still only have 8 potions of that kind and 7 of that, so we're not terribly off. And you'll notice they may not necessarily be intending you to be wearing, like, the scale mail and everything at this point, considering what they're dropping for you. But as you might imagine, considering the dwarves of Sunset Mountain were mentioned consistently, we'll be meeting some dwarves here. So hopefully we'll be able to avail ourselves of some fine dwarven craftsmanship to ease our burdens of combat. We shall see just how well they're handling things right now. Ow, my face. It's not nice getting backhanded by what is essentially a Bigfoot. And as you can see, they're not holding back on numbers of enemies at this point either. Like, we are basically fighting an armed camp of enemies at this point. And they've actually got, like, actual weapons and armor. Maybe not the best weapons and armor, but they are at least equipped. You could argue that the kobolds and the thieves were equipped too, but there's a difference. What did I pick up? Must have been just a potion or something. I saw text, hit the square button, didn't think it any further about it until I realized, wait, I need to know what that was. Eeny, meeny, miny, the way the enemy is coming. I think this just loops anyway, so I don't think it mattered which way I went at the end of the day. Thinking about it, I forget what the Dwarven Fighter gets, but I'm pretty sure he does get at least a few active moves that are actually good for crowds. Next level, I probably should invest in explosive arrows for that very same crowd-controlling reason. Because you know what gets rid of a crowd of enemies? A good old explosion. Oh, that's a troll, I think. That is probably a troll. Good thing I've got a fire sword. Because in this universe, usually trolls have, like, near impossible to keep up with regeneration unless you hit them with either fire or acid. And you're just gonna have a bad day trying to kill an unkillable foe, essentially. Don't recommend it. So you'll notice even with fire, that thing was not really giving a shit about what I was doing. Which is inconvenient, to say the least. At least they're still giving me a decent amount of save points. Though I seem to recall that the save points get rather distant in the third area. But I may be remembering wrong. Oh boy. Nope. Get funneled, idiot. I'll fight you 3 at a time, not 6 at a time. I only got 2 hands. There we go. Don't think we picked up anything useful still. I think it's all still junk. Yep. Real shame. Oh, it's another troll and some gnolls. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I'm not falling for that trap. No, thank you. I think he just whacked that guy in the back of the head with a boulder for me. That is much more effective for dealing with a troll. It's kind of like dealing with internet trolls to a certain degree. Do not directly engage, just nuke from orbit and move on with your life. Makes life much simpler. go. So far, we're keeping up with the difficulty curve here, I think. Mostly. Our durability is not really holding up as well as I would like, but I'm also not giving myself that much of an improvement towards my durability, so that starts to make a bit of sense. But all things considered, we're making pretty good time so far, considering we're 4 hours in and we're in Act 2. Though, my brain says it's only 3 acts, but I think I'm actually wrong about that. I think there's more than 3. There's just the 3 obvious acts in that we complete the triangle. But beyond that, I feel like there's an extra act afterwards, thinking about it more, but I'm not sure about that. I feel like there's a whole, like, deal with the actual, like, mastermind behind everything situation that happens. But that may also be kicked off to the second game, is why I'm not certain. Because I know basically nothing about Dark Alliance 2, other than that emulating it was a huge ball ache. Because every time I ever tried to emulate it, it ran horrendously, even when this ran perfectly. Which was always an interesting thing, considering they're both on the same system. But there were just certain effects used in the second one that just made it, like, real angry on the previous setup, of course. I haven't tried it on this setup yet, with the new card and everything. I presume it'll be smooth at this point. I was even getting it to start behaving somewhat before. Which, for those wondering, that's part of why I hadn't done this sooner. Was both getting this one and the other one to be completely smooth the way I want them to be. You kind of need smoothness for this type of game. It doesn't really feel great otherwise. Thought I saw a keen longsword somewhere. Maybe it was a long spear or something, and that's why I'm confused? Because we have the keen spear of defense. Maybe my brain just made up the longsword part. And something of defense, as you might imagine, increases your armor class when you use it. Like, if I put it on right now, we got 55. No, we had... Oh, right, because we took the shield off. So, I think it only gives, like, 1 extra armor. So, since we lose the 4 armor from the shield, it's actually worse, just across the board. We should go sell things soon, but I don't remember when we get to the hub of this act. I feel like it's right after we get off this chunk of mountain we're on right now. So we should probably just press on for the time being and just start getting rid of the lower end junk. It's either that or I just go back to town using recall, which I could do. We would just pop back to Baldur's Gate for a moment. I think I can recall to the tavern from here, even though recall says it takes you to the act hub, but the mine camp's also right here. Doesn't matter. I will presume that there will be individuals I can deal with here. Good amount of dwarves just hanging around, doing their thing. Good little indentation there for some reason. You don't talk. You do, though, and you're the shopkeeper.
Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
An argument could have been made for keeping the Disruption Club to deal with undead, but burning works just as well. Now we suddenly have tons of money.
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
And look at you, selling bows. Things that the dwarves don't usually believe in too much. Yeah, you can see just how the scale changes when we get here.
If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
Doesn't quite have anything super worth switching to. Like, the Flaming Burst Masterwork Longsword would be worth getting.
How can I help you?
But I don't know if it's worth the expense.
Are you looking for anything in particular?
Well, I'm looking for good things, and I'm a little disappointed on that front.
Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
The Elven Scale Mail's tempting, is it's on par with the Chainmail and much lighter.
We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
Much to disappoint the Dwarven merchant here buying the only Elven thing in his shop, but you know. It would be a little bit more armor than our Scale Mail and half the weight, so we could carry more things. But again, I don't think it's worth the expense. Like, spending all of my money just to buy a slight improvement just doesn't wash. Amulet of various statistics. Better rings of protection, so I probably want one of those.
With your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
The Dexterity +2 is also a tempting point. Bear in mind, Dexterity does both armor class and range damage. So if we push our Dexterity up to match our Strength, we'll obviously hit harder with our bow and have the same armor class that we have from the necklace we have right now. So yeah, that's a worthwhile purchase. And we'll grab a Ring of Protection +3. Yeah, because we now have 56 armor. So actually, wait, we must have lost one somewhere. It's 56. Yeah, no, we actually did get one less. So it must not be a direct one-to-one for dexterity to armor class, then. Which, that makes sense, but that's fine. I'll take the extra stats over flat armor class.
You've come to the right place, traveler.
It's a difference of 1 armor, so it's probably fine. Cut to when I just die miserably.
Are you looking for anything in particular?
I'm looking for you to shut up and let me buy things. Could you do that for me, bud? The stunned silence really does make it seem like he actually heard me. No, that much money for 2 armor on each piece just doesn't seem worth it either. Yeah, he really isn't gonna say anything else, huh? He's just done now that I said that.
Never will you see
Yep, there it goes.
steel as you will in this shop.
He's reset now. Goodbye. You got dialogue? Nope, you do, though.
Who are you? Tell me what you've been doing here, or my hammer will be the one asking next.
You mean the hammer that I don't see anywhere on you or in your hand? That hammer?
You don't have the look of the Dark Elves about you. My name be Torgir. Torgir of Brungor's clan. You've come at an ill time, traveler. This camp is all that remains of our clan. We were forced to fall back when a patrol of dark elves invaded our mines. Scores of us fell beneath their poison blades, and they knew when and how to strike us. We were forced to collapse all exit tunnels, save one, and regroup here on the surface. Now only a handful of us remain. Turn back from here, traveler. The mines are closed and there's nothing for you here.
I can't help but be distracted by the fact that those buckles on his shoulders look like QR codes. I don't know why my brain locked onto that, but I just... And they're not supposed to. It's the fact that they're a little blurred that makes them look like more checkery. Because you can tell if you look at it close enough that there's some swirls and such there. But at a glance, they look like QR codes, and for some reason my brain just was like, what would you get if you scanned that? I just don't know why.
I won't ask for your help, traveler. But if you could help us drive those shadow-cloaked demons back into the depths, we'd welcome the extra blade. Getting back into the mines is the second of our troubles. Our leader, Colgrim, took the key for the mine entrance with him when he and 3 of our clan went to climb Burning Eye, that peak in the distance.
Why take the key with you when you go somewhere like that?
They seek to light the signal fire atop Burning Eye and summon our brothers from Easting. Trouble is, it's been near a day and a half, and I've seen no signal fire from the top of the peak. I fear they may have been ambushed on the way there. Without the signal fire, we can expect no aid from the nearby towns. And without the key, we cannot even re-enter the mines to try and take it back from the drow.
I would assume a door in a dwarven mine can't be forced, because it would probably be a very, very strong door.
The gate to the mines was sealed with our key of Dumathon. No ordinary key. Merely touching it to our gate causes the cracks and spaces of the gate to become solid stone. Not even a battering ram could break the gate now. It keeps us from entering, but at least it keeps the drow trapped in the mines. For now.
Yeah, let me go find the dead guy who probably has the key.
I wish you luck. And may Clongadid's twin axes bury themselves in your enemies.
So now we know what their problem is. They've got a bunch of drow... that may have just come up from the Underdark right into their mines, but I find it more likely that there's another portal buried down there somewhere that they've come from. Either or, though. Either way, they would be familiar enough with fighting in the dark to not really be at any disadvantage against the dwarves, that's for sure. So I can see how that's all gone horribly awry for them. While the ad is running, though, I'm gonna get up for a second, so I'll be right back. Alright, back to business. Making sure there isn't anything else in the town. It's looking like the only interactable dwarves are the shopkeeper and the surviving leader that is currently here. Woods look too thick to navigate without a map. Great. So we're not going that way. That leaves going this way. Yep, Burning Eye Base. Okay. That is the correct direction to achieve our end of finding the missing dwarves. I do have to wonder though, how long a trip is it to Burning Eye? These peak. Like, for them to have been worried after not even more than like a day or so implies that it's fairly close. And obviously dwarves are good at going up and down mountains and going in caves and everything, so that part at least makes some sense. Gotta say though, so far less of a problem getting through here than it ever was getting down from where we got teleported to. Because these are just wolves, that's fine. Dangerous the wolves may be, they're no army. Though some could argue that a good wolf pack is probably a better organized force than most of the things we've dealt with till this point. But that's neither here nor there. Look at it this way, neither I nor the camp are gonna go hungry at this rate. Especially since all this meat's pre-cooked. Considering I'm running a flaming sword through them. Not really sure about eating wolves. But beggars can't be choosers. I have to assume without aid from other towns, they have a bunch of other problems as well. Cinder, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you all had a good time. Welcome everybody to Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. It's definitely not a Baldur's Gate that most would be familiar with, especially recently considering 3 exists. But it's certainly a good one to my times, and I see at least one recognizes it already. Welcome in, Alex. And so did I. I grew up with this, which is why I'm bringing it back now, and this is the original PS2 version as well that we're playing here today. Hell yeah. Just working our way through on normal. Ooh. I did recently reinstall Helldivers. I need to actually sit down and get back on track with that if I'm actually going to do anything with it. Yeah, so far so good. Having a good old time just chopping our way through all the problems of this world. Hopefully the diving went well. I did play a little bit of Quest for the a dragon bone staff, though I don't recall spending a ton of time on it. I don't remember any problems with it. Well, it doesn't, because this isn't a capture card. This is all emulation. Because I do not have the budget nor the willingness to deal with a capture card, to put it bluntly. I just try my best to keep it as indistinguishable as possible and go from there. And yeah, helldiving being a bit rough in places makes sense. That's par for the course for that, but I'm glad it was good overall. Oh, the fire, the burning. Maybe a little touch and go in places, emulating on a tablet. But if it can do it, then, you know, it should be fine. You just may need to fiddle with it here and there, depending on what you're working with. Appreciate it, Alex. And for everybody coming in Cinder as well, of course, do make sure to take care of yourselves if you need to go off and do anything. I'll still be here for a good bit yet, probably. And it's always important to take care of yourselves. We're just climbing this mountain to go fetch some dwarves to get the key to a mine that's infested with drow, in order to sort this place's problems out. Yeah, it should be fine for most things. I just know PS2 emulation can be a little finicky at times. And I say that as one who has emulated quite a lot of the PS2's library at this point. And I've seen very many odd quirks occur in terms of performance, where things that should be fine aren't, and then things that should have been difficult actually ran perfectly smooth. It's a weird situation. It's all in how they actually got around the code and such for the game originally. And I unfortunately don't have sufficient knowledge to work around it on that side of it. I just brute force it. Oh yeah. To be fair, there's a decent amount of carryover between the libraries as well. I was fortunate to have a little of everything for the most part, but I'm still finding things that I missed on all of the above. I do wish I had a means of doing original Xbox stuff a bit better. Emulation for that remains elusive. At least in a good way. A lot of it's, at least last I checked, very scuffed. But it has been a little bit. That I do not know offhand. But I just know that out of all things to emulate, that and the 360 seem to be the biggest problems. But people are decompiling 360 stuff now, so there's a workaround for some stuff for that at least, so that at least starts to become doable, as long as you can understand how to work with that. Oh, out of potions. This is a problem. Suddenly my life is in much more danger. This is why we carry a bow. This means, though, is I need to go buy potions. Because we are not going to handle well in face-to-face combat with those things. As one might expect. Us being just a flimsy human.
Hammers, we have more than enough weapons for everyone.
Yeah, that makes sense. If all of it's, like, very, very specific and all coded specific for its very precise hardware, then it would be harder to manipulate.
How can I help you? Are you looking for anything in particular?
No, I don't really want any of that, nor can I afford it. I just wanted the potions. Save again, just in case. As I will say, as much as I do want to show off a few things on the original Xbox, I can't really think of that many things that are specific to it that are, like, inaccessible without accessing that thing. So I can also see why there's not necessarily as big a drive for people to work on it necessarily. At the very least, there was less of a drive for me to chase after it as an idea. Yeah, exactly. Like, there were definitely some other very good Xbox exclusives, but none that were, like, high enough profile, I don't think. Swar, thank you for the raid. 2 raids back to back, just about. What were you up to today, though, Swar? It's great to see you. What were you up to? Did I say that twice? I probably said that twice. Either way. And as with the other ones that came in, do make sure to take care of yourselves. If you need to raid and run, by all means. We're just working our way up a mountain here, so you're nothing too crazy going on. Ah! How'd that go for you? Hopefully well. Not bad. Most secret bosses in anything usually take a while, so an hour sounds good. I don't have that much Deltarune knowledge, of course, so I don't have context for that specifically, but I'm just going to assume based on it being a secret boss. And either way, as long as you had a good time, that's what matters at the end of the day. So, Burning Eye Summit's there, but there's the cave. Let's check the cave first. I know the people I'm looking for were headed to the summit. But since the signal fire didn't get set off, I'm going to assume they're not actually there. They'll be in the cave. You know what? Fair enough. That makes it fairly easy to suspect like who that would be. Okay, so far just more wolves in this cave. There has to be something more around here to have stopped a band of dwarves with decent gear from making it to the summit of this mountain, though. I mean, that is a lot of wolves, but they are still just wolves. Nice. It's a good game. It's a little basic, but you know, it's a PS2 game. There's only so much you can ask from it. As I was telling people when I was starting up today, this is one of the games that was like my gateway into action RPGs as a genre. And probably many other people's gateway as well. In that they exist in the same world? Yes. As if there's any plot connections? I don't think so. I want to say the Dark Alliance games are their own thing, but I do not know that. Oblivion's also another one, yeah. Though I would say that's a very different kind of action RPG, but it still falls under the same umbrella. And of course, yeah, Diablo claimed a lot of people's computer equipment, be it keyboards or mice. So usually just a few keys in particular on the keyboards, but the point is there. As an extra layer of context, I've never actually played Dark Alliance 2. I know it exists, but I've never actually played that one. I only played this one, and then I had played Champions of Norath, Return of the Champions, some Sacred, and a bunch of other ones like that. But somehow I just never ended up playing Dark Alliance 2. So apparently 2 is actually fairly rare? So that would explain it. Yeah, that would make sense. There are some things where you'd rather just have a mouse that you don't mind losing, is the sheer volume of clicking involved. Ice cave instead of regular cave. There's a banner. And some more gnolls. And actually, thinking about the other potential recent Baldur's Gate you may mean, by the way, there is a remake of this that ended up getting on PC not that long ago. I just immediately assumed you were referring to 3, and then hindsight kicked in on that one. And then there's the, like, third-person one that apparently wasn't that good that came out a couple of years ago. That also has the name Dark Alliance, but I've never actually touched that one, so I cannot say whether there's any connecting points there. Brain just eventually clicked back around to that thought and went, wait a minute, hang on. Roll that one back. Let's go ahead and get a little more strength. And I said I was going to get exploding arrows, so let's go ahead and get exploding arrows for crowd clearing. And then... yeah, let's get a bit more intestinal fortitude for more health regen. Hopefully decrease my reliance on potions a little bit. That's a troll. Burn the troll, burn the troll, do not touch the troll.
I don't have the energy.
Why are you not dead? I think he's throwing ice blocks. Maybe he's got different coding. Like he's technically a stronger troll, even though they look near identical. Yep, didn't get anything good out of that. Onward we go. Really could do with a better bow. Ooh, there's something enchanted on that weapon rack. Ow. This would be a good time for those exploding arrows, I think. Except they're not staying close enough together for it. Yeah, thanks to the power of magic, we can just make arrows explode. Hooray! We just have very bow-focused magic, being an archer. You may have noticed that gnoll exploded into a bunch of ice shards. That's because the troll technically killed him with the ice cube. Nope, not me. These things do have unique death animations depending on what they're killed with. Not everything does, of course, and not for everything. There's a few. Set those barrels off. Deal with you in a second, I want this. Staff of Disruption. Okay. We died using one of those earlier against the Thieves Guild, so I'm not repeating that mistake. I would not recommend doing what I just did there, going toe-to-toe with a troll. But we have a flaming sword, so it's fine. It's not a great idea even then, but we lived. Stealing all the stuff. Ooh. Oh, it's only a fine short bow. Damn it. I got excited when I saw a bow. I was hoping it would be not a short bow. Sad days. That's why you don't strike explosive barrels. They hurt a lot. Those studded gloves are actually better than our scale gloves because they're highly enchanted, so we'll go and wear those. And onward we go. Though we didn't go in the ice cave, did we? We might want to turn around and go in there. For some reason, I thought this was going to be just a short path from here, and it absolutely was not. So I think the ice cave might be optional, and we're probably going to want to pop our head in there. I also picked up chain boots, which will be better than our scale boots. And 6 to 12. Almost relevant. We'll go ahead and clean up our inventory right quick, though, because we have lots of recall potions left. It never hurts to make sure your inventory is empty, because there is a weight capacity in this game for everybody coming in late. You can increase it by increasing your endurance, and you can also increase it by a couple other means.
Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
And get used to the shopkeepers repeating themselves.
Hammers, we have more than enough weapons for everyone.
There we go. Now we got decent money again, but we don't have too much to spend money on here, other than I'm going to buy a bunch more potions at the rate I'm going through them. That should be enough. And I'll buy a couple of recall potions in case I am somehow running low, but I don't think I am. Yeah, we still have 11. We had 9 of them left before I bought a couple. And I may have bought a couple more potions than I meant to, but it's fine. I'm going to go through those anyway. Save again. And then back we go. Is how those recall potions work is they're basically, in all practical terms, the same as like a town portal scroll in Diablo or anything else like that. Use once, go back home. Use again, go back where you used to be. Easy as that. So let's head back to that ice cave before I forget that it exists. In case A, there's something I need there, and B, there's good things there. Because as you can see by how far I just had to walk, it was going to only get further away. So, best to get it out of the way now. Just free treasure so far, which is incredibly suspicious. Yeah, I guess it's just a room full of free treasure. Huh. Always makes me very nervous when there's no traps, no enemies, or anything. That was my fault. That was entirely my fault. I thought there was only one explosive barrel, so I was gonna blow it up to be funny. And, well, it was even funnier than I intended, because it got me killed in the middle of me saying there's no danger. Remember, sometimes you are the most dangerous thing to yourself. Let that be a lesson to everyone. Myself included, even though I'm not going to listen to my own advice. Anyway, walking back... Well, no, we're not walking back. We were never there. What do you mean we were ever at the ice cave? That didn't happen. No, no. That was all a dream. All just a really bad dream. You'll notice the contents of the chest changed, because that chest had a bomb in it this time. I wish I could say I did that on purpose to demonstrate that, but no. No, I just did it dumb. So anyway, we've now looted the ice cave, and now we walk away and pretend that that never happened. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Walking across the frozen corpses of my enemies. Do, 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 do. At least it's cold here, so they won't rot, and I don't have to smell them. Yay! Going this way. There we go. Anything else? Nope, just a rejuvenation potion. Alright. I do have to be more careful than I'm being, even though I have a lot of potions. They do still do a fair whack of damage to us. As you saw about my health just suddenly depleting there. If I let too many of these axes whack me in the head, I'm gonna have a bad day. Remember when I told everybody early on that using the block button's a good idea? Yeah, remember that I said that, and bear in mind what I said before about not taking my own advice, and well, you should figure out all of that just fine from there. Burning Ice East Summit. I think we actually have to go to all parts of this place, if I remember right, because there's like multiple signals or something that have to be set off or some nonsense like that, but I think the people we're looking for might be in the middle. How I'm even managing to pull fragmentary memory from having played this... Like, I want to say the last time I played this was like pre-2012 type far ago. Should tell you a lot about the way my memory can be sometimes. I'll forget something that I just said or something from like an hour ago, but I'll be able to pull pieces of information from like 13 years ago or more. Memory's a weird thing. I guess that's the takeaway from that sentence, yeah, is that just memory is weird. Yep, Summit West. Doesn't hurt to clear these paths. Now, I could easily be wrong, and they're not actually in the center, and the center is where I have to go last, which is equally possible, but I feel like this is the weird one where the center is first. And I want to say I ended up doing the sides first both times I've been through here. Is what I remember doing when I played this way back then is I did try all three classes. The Elf Sorceress, the Dwarf Fighter, and the Human Archer. I want to say I did the Human Archer first, and that was the one I got the furthest with. The Elven Sorceress being the one that got the second furthest because I found the spells to be vaguely interesting. And then the Dwarven Fighter, well, he's a fighter. You can kind of guess why that didn't really last as long. Because the Archer and the Fighter kind of have a fair amount of gameplay in common. Fighter having, of course, more melee benefits. And the Archer having more ranged benefits, but they more or less come down to similar gameplay of you're going to spend a decent amount of time just hitting things. Needs to get them away from you. I, of course, do have the option of getting that, like, push everything away from me spell if I wanted to focus purely on archery. But then I would have to be sitting there just mainlining energy potions constantly. As I've demonstrated when I was using my magic arrows before. I would rather focus primarily melee and then go into range when it's needed, is my usual way of doing things. Yep, we found somebody who isn't dead. Hooray! I'm gonna steal all your stuff first, and then we'll have a discussion about how fucked and or not fucked you are. Oh, and another thing I should mention since I talked about Dark Alliance 2, I do have intentions of doing at least Dark Alliance 2 at some point, maybe some of the other ones I mentioned, ideally with other people, but I need to ask around and see if anybody would be even interested in doing that yet. So don't take that as a, oh, this is going to happen. Is at a reasonable guarantee I will do them. I just need to see if I can convince people to do them.
Stay back. By Klangedens to an axis, I've still enough strength to cut you.
Fighting to the last, I can respect that, but I'm here to fix you, not kill you.
You've come too late for that. I'm nearly done. Thrice damned ogres. Too many of them for me and me band.
If you're still breathing, you're still savable.
I don't have it. One of the others has it. We were attacked by a dragon atop the peak. An ice dragon. It froze the one holding the key in a block of ice. You'll need to light the signal fire to get to his body.
You know, that's awfully convenient that they just happened to freeze the one that had the key. And of course I have to commit dragon and on-dragon violence again.
Me band. Each one of my men was carrying fuel and tinder for the watchtower. Find them and get it from them. Take this flask from me. You'll need it to fuel the flames.
Now I remember, each of his men are at each end of the other paths. But I think I needed his stuff first, or something like that.
Thank you, stranger. The hopes of me people rest on your shoulders.
And down he goes.
I found something.
And yes, you can forget to pick this up. Don't do that. Don't not pick that up, because you're going to have a very bad day, because you'll have to walk all the way back over here if you even realize that that's the thing you're missing. Totally not speaking from experience at all or anything. No, none the slightest. That didn't bring back a memory at all or anything. No. Sometimes I say things and end up attacking myself. I'm not sure what to do with that information. What's my carrying capacity at right now? Not great, but we got a decent bit of room yet. We are also not carrying anything new, so there's no reason to try to go back to sell things. Oh yeah, you also don't have camera control in this area, as shown by the eye with the on it. Just in case anybody was thinking I managed to do that swooping angle that happened there. Now, all of the camera rotation on this mountain is automatic. For better or worse. Just keep chopping, just keep chopping. So then, Polar mentioned ogres. Am I wrong in thinking that those tall things we were fighting were trolls and they were actually ogres? Possibly. Entirely possible. Because the line between trolls and ogres can be weirdly blurry at times. Could have swore those things were trolls, though. Hot springs, I assume, along the way on the mountain trails, perhaps? The water pool there. Ooh, Warhammer of Disruption. Those are always fun. Not better than our Flaming Longsword, though. And just think, if you ground enough, you would have actually been able to buy this exact flaming longsword at the very beginning of the game. 'Cause I think they were selling it for like 3,000 gold or something along them lines. Which sounds like a lot, but if you don't buy literally anything for a good chunk of the first area, you might be able to afford it. But thinking about it, I don't think enemies respawn or anything. Actually, they might respawn on unloading a save. I think that's actually a thing I've done in the past, is reload the game in order to get new enemies. I feel like that's something I've done. But again, I may be getting that mixed up with one of the other games that I was talking about before. Because they all do run together a little bit. Especially since they were all a similar amount of time ago. So they don't stand too separately as far as that goes. And it is a not uncommon thing for enemies to respawn when you load a save in this genre. So I could easily be thinking of any number of games when I say that. But also there's a decent amount of them where when you leave an area by any means and come back, everything respawns, so... question mark? Look at you, you're wearing armor. You're not wearing armor that keeps me from chopping your bits off, though. Ow, he's very upset at me suggesting the idea that I'm going to chop his bits off. And yet it happened anyway. Disadvantage to being that tall. It's very easy for someone shorter than you to run up and stab you down there. One could argue, though, that with all the rocks they're throwing at me, they deserve it. Some variety of dagger of defense, it looked like. It had extra text at the beginning of it that I didn't quite catch, so I'm assuming it's actually going to be a decent dagger. Here, you know what? Oh, he's running away from the bomb. Damn you. I don't think he actually was aware of the bomb. I think he was just trying to run closer to me, which caused him to just kind of circle. Oh, it was a serrated dagger of defense. I mean, that's not bad. It's not worth us equipping. But serrated weapons are neat because they have a set attack value instead of a range.
I found something.
There we go, that's one torch. And I have to assume that these torches are like specially treated or something. Otherwise, I have to wonder why not just chop a fucking tree limb or two down in order to solve the you don't have the specific people's stuff anymore. But I have to assume that they're special in some way. It's the only way I'm going to not be angry. Ooh, 8 to 18 on the bastard sword. They are two-handed. Sometimes bastard swords are portrayed as one-handed weapons, sometimes they're portrayed as two. Never can be sure, because you can technically use them either or. Unfortunately, that doesn't help right now. If it was a enchanted sword, I would use it immediately. Because I'm not using my block enough anymore for the shield to be super vital, and the increased damage would be helpful. But I don't want to lose the fire, because I'm pretty sure that is part of what's making me do as much damage as I am. Because the numbers don't 100% line up. but I don't know, I don't remember if this game counts the flaming damage as part of the damage output of a weapon that has it, or if it's in addition to the listed numbers. Because sometimes games can be weird about how that's calculated. Crunching through the snow, stabbing all the way. It's too fucking early for Christmas shit. Stop it. Stop it, brain. Knock it off right now. We got 3 more months before that's relevant. Stop it. Then again, what else am I gonna think about while I'm running across a big field of snow with nothing in it? Thankfully, we're fighting things again. Unfortunately, we're fighting the same things again. Let me save before I fight the big guy. I don't know where you were throwing that rock to, but it wasn't anywhere near me, that's for sure. He just hit the terrain somehow there. Ah, just threw that over my shield. You know what? That makes nothing but sense considering you could just basketball dunk that boulder on my head at that range. Not to mention, I feel like guarding against something like that's kind of useless when he could probably just pick me up and throw me across the room and ignore the fact that my shield is even there. Just one of those, huh, you think you're funny. Oh, off the mountain I go. Yeah, an amulet of intellect +2. Only it made me actually smarter. Then I probably would just get off this stupid mountain and leave this to be somebody else's problem. The whole I want to be an adventurer thing aside, this easily could be somebody else's problem. If you think about it, our main motivation for getting involved here was getting back at the thieves who stole our stuff at the beginning of the game. They're all dead now. We've kind of fulfilled our revenge angle. But we're just kind of continuing with this because we got dragged into being a member of the Harpers, and now we're just carrying on with that. Like, if you look at it just from a character motivation standpoint, it really doesn't make sense that we're even doing this anymore. Full plate helm. Hello. That's better. That's a lot better. That's a 7-point increase. Behold, I am Bucket Man. The invincible Buckethead. Gotta say, though, the amount of ringing in my ears from getting hit with these axes over and over in the helmet, probably not great. Probably not fun. But it's okay, if they hit me in the head enough times, I probably won't remember that any of that happened. How's the inventory looking? Yeah, we got 30 points of space left, give or take. Probably okay. And that was just an amulet protection 1. Sad. We've had those for a while. Looks like this might connect up with the right-hand path, so we may as well go this way. Oh, this already paid off. He dropped a bunch of enchanted stuff. Look at all of you dropping all this enchanted stuff. Profiting me very heavily. Which, you know, for me personally, that's plenty of motivation for me to stay on this mountain and keep wiping them out. Added helmet +2. Another Warhammer of Disruption. Weaker one, though. Wow, that staff flew high. That is a spiked staff, though. I think that is the next tier up of staff. Still probably not worth swapping to, because it's not enchanted. But its stats may actually be more relevant than you might think. Or not. I thought Spiked Staff was the next one. No, Spiked is just the staff equivalent of Serrated, as it turns out. You know what? Should have considered that as an option. Anyway, leaving that in my inventory as a sign of disappointment. It's also worth, like, nearly 300 gold, so it's actually worth something. Just not worth using. I will never get tired of the way these things can sometimes just explode into ice crystals, or the way limbs fly off sometimes, and things like that. All of those are just good fun. Now we have 8 points to spend. Based on our capacity issues, I'm gonna grab Arcane Quiver now and have the weight of all the arrows we have, because we have a lot of arrows on us still. And we're gonna go ahead and grab a couple hits of Death Blow, so our crits do extra damage. Now, if we look at our weight capacity, we have a decent bit, but I didn't have as many arrows as I thought, so we cut our 26 and such weight down to 13. Not as good as I'd hoped, because I thought I was still carrying around like 60 weight worth of arrows like I was before. But it's a good preventative measure, where I don't have as much of a scaling issue as far as my arrows go. So I can actually use them more without needing to worry about picking up so many that I can't function. Felt that I was limiting myself on how many I picked up anyway. But you understand the point, I'm sure. Remember, the sword won't light on fire unless there's enemies nearby. So I have nothing to fear until that happens. Things I also will never get tired of. Enemies doing friendly fire. I expected the other one to run up quick enough that I could blow them both up. He had the sense not to get involved there. You'll notice the various attacks these things have do actually do varying amounts of damage. Like when he kicks you, it doesn't hit that bad. Hits you with the club, hurts a lot more. Whacks you with the claw hand, a little bit worse than the foot. Could be an entire coincidence, but it's been fairly consistent. stuck. Don't get murdered. Do not wish to die. I wish to live and thrive and get more money. Nom 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 nom. Ooh, a serrated hand axe. If that was anything better, that would be exciting. I think the serrated hand axes are like the new keen hand axe. The last area was just burying me in keen hand axes. Now it's serrated. Which, honestly, I think the keen ones might actually be a little bit better. Is their damage cap is higher? The serrated ones are super consistent, don't get me wrong. But the keen ones have a higher potential. So it really depends on what you're looking for, if you want potential or just consistent guaranteed damage. Yep, we should teleport away because we don't even have one full unit of weight anymore. You love to see it when you manage to fill your inventory down to point values instead of full numbers being left.
If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
I feel the need to part with all of this trash. And all of it is yours now.
Anything in particular?
You can help me look for more inventory space.
Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
Less interested in your steel and more in your potions. Give me a bunch more of those. But do I want to buy any of his stuff?
We have more than enough weapons for everyone.
We have more spare money, so things like the Elven Scale Mail are more on the table than they were before.
If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
We could also try to reach for something like the Flaming Burst Longsword. Mithril Scimitar is also very tempting. No elemental damage of any kind, but 21 to 27 is so good compared to what we're using right now. It's very tempting. It's also a strong argument to grab this Frost Masterwork short bow as well, because that would be way better than our current bow. How much better is that Flaming Burst sword than our current sword? Double the bottom line, and it's like, was it 23 was the highest?
If you feel the need to part with your gold, you've come to the right place, traveler.
No, it was 30 was the highest, so it's straight up double the attack of our current one. It's a very wide range with 8 to 30, which is a little upsetting.
How can I help you?
But that is good damage value.
Are you looking for anything in particular? Never will you see such fine steel as you will in this shop.
Like, the smarter man would buy the Mithril Scimitar, but I want to keep the elemental damage, because I feel like I do want elemental damage to be available. So instead of the Flaming Longsword, we now have the Flaming Burst Masterwork Longsword. And we can sell him the old one.
If you feel the need to part
For some reason, I feel like Flaming Burst is weird in this game. I feel like that's why the variation on damage on that thing is so high, is because it's a Flaming Burst weapon. Feel like I remember that being the case. Remember, don't leave the area, just recall. Because if you leave the area, I think you lose the recall. That was a good set of hits. Lots of 60s I saw. Unfortunately, I don't think crits take the highest value on the weapon. I think crits are independent, whereas, like, you roll your damage value and then you get it increased or not, depending on if you got the crit from there with this game. I don't remember. Also, this is upsetting, getting a weapon that's almost as strong immediately after purchasing, as per usual. The way that keeps happening will always be upsetting, and yet I keep doing this to myself. I keep buying a new thing, only to have it be immediately matched or replaced. But I like buying new thing. There's a great sword, which is probably not going to be as great as it claims. 10 to 24 is nothing to sneeze at, but definitely not worth swapping to, because we have 8 to 30 now. If I still had the other sword, the 10 to 24 would have been a debate. At least a little bit. Another light Mesa Disruption, which we don't need. Okay, we've circled all the way around. Yeah, I need to go down below here, I think, now. See that I missed an area further up. It looks like this wasn't explored over this way. Well, it wasn't, but it also wasn't worth it. It was just two gnolls just hanging out in the corner. Thanks for the free recall potion, though. That's helpful. We sure have made a mess around here, huh? Nowhere near as much of a mess as they made of this entire local area. But we are contributing to the mess, for sure, by piling their corpses up everywhere. That's convenient, at least, that there's another save point right here. See, now these are more Yetis than Big Feet. Like the ones on the lower bits of the mountain. I don't think that this is a worthwhile move I'm doing here, changing direction, but I feel like one of these two... Actually, no, they're gonna connect. You can see the faded bit of it there on the mini-map right above me, leading straight to it. So the swapping move I just did there was completely superfluous. Hooray! I love it when I waste my time. Though, I will say, I will always be happier when I waste my time compared to when the game wastes my time for me. If I'm gonna waste my time, let me waste it voluntarily, damn it. And at least this way, it takes care of this entire side diversion. But it looks like we needed to go to the right the entire time, so none of this up here mattered. So, ironically enough, I actually chose perfectly when I turned around when I did, and then I second guessed it by rotating around. Oh well. It means more kills for me, which means more experience and more money. So really, at the end of the day, who's the real winner? Also, I think we all know that if I said that sentence without having healed first, we were going to die the second I said who is the real winner. I think we all know that that's exactly what would have happened there. I've been doing this long enough to know that it was a trap. And I set it for myself. I'm very good at setting verbal traps for myself, apparently. Just a bunch of verbal landmines just sitting all over the place. And now, I do have to say, you would think games like this would actually not... Ooh, you found a slab of flint for lighting the signal tower. Okay. You would think games like this would actually not work at all for me, based on the things I've said before about not enjoying gameplay that doesn't change much. Because if there's something that isn't really changing, it's what we're doing here. There's been a lot of me walking along, swinging my sword until the things in front of me are all dead. But for some reason, these work for me, and I cannot give you a viable, objective answer entirely about why. Like, some of this for this specific game, for example, is obviously nostalgia a little bit. I would have to admit that that's part of it. It pretty much guaranteed. And of course, the gear changing, at least, is helping somewhat. Because I do love chasing shiny new items. Which, of course, is the entire reason I enjoy the action RPG genre for the most part, like, at all. At least as far as the loot-heavy ones go. So, some of those end up falling apart because their loot ends up being super similar to itself, and it just stops working fairly quickly. So I need to see how well Path of Exile 2 runs on this machine at this point, now that we have the new card that we've had for a bit now, but I completely forgot about that one as an option. Now we have everything we need to go up top and do the thing. It's 3 items, and we got the one from the left, the one from the right, and the one from the boss man himself. So we just need to go up, light the signal fire, get the key from the dwarf, presumably deal with the dragon that's up there, and then go deal with the drow down in the mines. Which I presume dealing with the drow down in the mines is going to be the rest of this act, probably. So there might be more to it. I don't remember the whole path through this act. I remembered, like, the entire routing for the first act. Okay, so we got, like, will-o-wisps or something floating around up here. And a lot of dead gnolls, which is rarely a good sign. When there are dead enemies that I didn't kill, that's very rarely a positive sign. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, see, elemental damage works better on them. So I'm pretty sure that if this wasn't a flaming burst sword, or like a frost sword perhaps, would also work, these guys probably wouldn't be taking much damage from me. This is why you always keep elemental damage available, because you never know when something's gonna be resistant or immune to whatever you got otherwise. And as you can see, that lightning will drain your health very quickly when a few of them pile up. Very, very quickly. Brings a very strong meaning to danger, high voltage. Okay. And there's still more to go. I swear it really feels like my sword disappears when the fire goes out on it now. Because it blends in with the snow just enough that it starts looking like I'm just punching the wisps as they're dying. It's like, fuck you. This is for the lightning. Punching the thing in the head. Now, can I say I'm punching it in the head? I don't even know if it has a head. Does it have a head? Is it all head? I don't know. All I know is it's all dead. Okay. So far, so good. We managed to not get cooked alive by lightning. Yeah, there's the frozen guy. No sign of any ice dragon, though. Get the sneaking suspicion the second I light this, though, he's gonna come a-running, and they're not gonna be happy with me. Ta-da. Now, are they gonna be alive when they defrost? That's a very good question. If so, they might be the only one who's lived through this whole scenario. At least of the expedition that went up here. Maybe not. Based on that faceplant, I don't think he's doing so good. But maybe he's just really tired. I can relate. Oh, hey. Remember that dragon? Yeah. They're just taking a nap. You know, a thought occurs to me. This dragon could be completely unrelated to the entire happenings in this area. It might just live up here and it just gets pissed when people make a big light right where it's sleeping. Which honestly, I can understand. I wouldn't be happy if somebody lit a light in my window either.
This looks important.
There's the key. Am I gonna get jumped before I get down off of here? Or are they gonna come attack afterward? Looks like they're not here yet, so I'm just gonna keep running. This squishy human form would not do great against one of my own. So I'm just gonna run. Gonna get away with it somehow. I get the sneaking suspicion, though, that we'll have done all this, we'll get back down to the mining camp, and the dragon will have just destroyed that or something. Like, everybody will be frozen down there now. And I could teleport back down. And I probably should. But it's not that far a walk. This gives me a minute to think about things and see whether the dragon's gonna ambush us on the way. Because I don't remember when you fight that thing. But I have to assume you fight that thing at some point. Or we talk to it, maybe it'll be on our side. Maybe we can come to an understanding with the dragon. Who knows? They are usually willing to talk, depending on the circumstances. Though with a wake-up call like that, maybe they won't be so willing to talk. And I could understand. And as I said before, I'm not exactly friendly when I wake up either. Can't help but notice a whole lot of nothing's happening on my way down here, though. Probably should have just recalled. It's fine. Sometimes you gotta do it for the bit. This way we get to see everything we've done. All of the carnage and slaughter we've caused on our way up this mountain. Just get to really soak in it for a moment. Keep hearing the occasional growling noise, and I still have not decided if that's part of the ambient sound or if there's just like enemies stuck in a couple places here. I feel like this mountain just growls. Like it's just a growly mountain. I don't know. Got a lot of options for that one. A lot of things in life have a lot of options, depending on how you think about it. I've said depending on how you think about it a lot today. There's no depending on about how you think about it on that one. I suppose there could be. You know, for a moment I was questioning how they made sandbag walls in a fantasy world, and then I thought about it some more. Those are just rounded stones. They're not bags. Unless they're just literal bags of sand, which is also possible. They know how to weave bags, and they can make sand. Or get sand. Either one's real and possible. Did that thing again where I forget that I need to hit a prompt to leave an area. I just walked up to the wall and just was running against it. Like, why am I not leaving? Why am I still here? I may or may not have nearly reflexively attacked that door just because anything that moves for a while has been an enemy. Shop first, then we'll talk to him about opening up the mine. Now that we got their magic key back. And boy, do we have bad news for these dwarves. Considering their entire expedition died. You know, that's just great news on top of all of the other bad news they've had recently.
Ah, I saw the signal fire alight upon the slopes, and you have brought the key. But tell me, did any of the dwarves from the expedition survive?
I understand having the hope that some of them survived, but you would think that if none of them came back down the mountain with me, probably ain't any of them alive.
More deaths our enemies shall answer for. You have done enough, traveler. No need for you to risk yourself for our clan any longer.
You know, I don't entirely disagree with my character's statement here about not wanting to let the drow be able to get out of the mines before the reinforcements arrive. But here's the common sense statement. We control whether that door opens and when that door opens. We don't have to open that door till the reinforcements from Easton get here. It's just a thought. Obviously, the drow could easily leave by whatever method they got there in the first place, assuming that that's connected to the mines as well. But just saying, just a thought.
Very well, then. I'll not argue with one with fire in the eyes such as you. Simply hold the key in your left hand as you approach the gate. Then, push it into the stone door. It should melt inside, and the door will open itself. Luck be with you.
How do you get the key back if it melts into the door? Or do you just make another one? I guess maybe there's a mechanism to close the door, and when you close the door, it, like, spits the key out. I don't know. Magic. Now, you say... Oh, wait, yeah, the mine door was over here. Which means that passageway that we needed a map for up by the woods above us must be another part of this act. So, the mines aren't going to be the whole thing. Look at my very shiny helmet. Also, I have a few other questions about the reasoning behind not being able to get into the mines here. Based on how thick that door clearly was, what's to stop them just mining around it just by, like, going through the rock right here? Just a thought. Just saying. Maybe it'll collapse, but, you know, they can dig that out too. All of this, and we're gonna get swarmed by rats when we enter here, huh? You really think that you lot have any chance? You don't want any of what I am now? Trust me on that one. So remember how even with like a rusty knife we were one-shotting giant rats and now they're taking 2 hits from my more powerful sword? Scaling is weird. This whole place, by the way, is gonna be riddled with explosive barrels. There's our first drow opponent. And he's dead now. Oh, we got a stronger one who died just as... Well, I guess he wasn't stronger at all after all. He just had a lot more armor, which didn't matter because I guess I cooked him from the inside with my fire sword. Which is a real shame for him. And then again, the drow are not really known for their durability. They're usually more known for being sneaky, clever, and somewhat skillful opponents rather than enduring hits, necessarily. Ow. Oh yeah, remember that poison that was mentioned? Yeah. You know what? Here. That's for you. Idiots. You would think they'd have realized the hissing noise and not stayed there. If you're thinking in here is why I was interested in getting deflect missiles earlier, you'd be right. This is definitely one of the many places where ranged enemies start becoming a real issue. And deflecting even a handful of those poison bolts makes my life a lot easier. Because it means I don't just slowly get chipped to death by poison. Or the more likely outcome of being chipped not so slowly to death by a mix of them stabbing me and poisoning me at the same time. So yeah, that actually good. Staff of Disruption. I mean, Elven Leather Helm is fun. Would have needed that like a full area ago for that to be relevant, but it's light at least, so I can carry more of them to sell more of them. Hooray! Value. You missed. Unfortunately for you, I didn't. And I was torn as to whether I wanted to address their running animation. And, well, I feel like I have to. The, like, full arms out, kind of, like, frolicky run they're doing. I can't take them seriously. Especially the ones that shoot their crossbow at me and then immediately wheel around and run away like that. Just for some reason, I just hear whoop, 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 when they go running away like that. Just, nah, I shot you. Whoop, whoop, whoop. They just go running away. Yeah, gotta say though, with how we're disposing of them, I really feel like the dwarves dropped the ball on this one. But maybe the drow got complacent sitting around in near the mine. Maybe they start getting hungry. Maybe they're just weakened. You know, no. You know, there's excuses to be made, I suppose. And we do have the main character armor of just not immediately succumbing to poison the second it makes contact with our body, too. So we got that going for us. And the power of healing potions. Which still make it weird when people plot die. But, you know, that's why you gotta be able to separate from plot death as a concept. Like, yeah, you know what? There's reason why they die, even though there's clearly a ready means to make them not die. I think they've got repeating crossbows. Which I think is a thing that they have normally, yeah. As you can kind of see the repeating mechanism underneath the front of that crossbow. It's a little hard to see with the perspective this game has, but if you look at it, you know, you just really squint at it, you probably can tell. I'm kind of hoping that explosion killed some of them, or at least upset them. Definitely seems like it upset at least one of them, considering he came up here to say hi. And all I say is die. Gather around, you eight-legged freaks. That's the wrong one.
I don't have the answer.
I'm starting to question whether level 1 exploding arrow is good enough for bothering as far as dealing with crowds goes. I remember that being way more effective, but I feel like I also was way more bow focused when I was using it. So like just my default arrows were doing way more.
This looks important.
Oh good, the elevator wouldn't work, huh? Wonderful. Depending on how long these mines are, I may finish them up and then we'll wrap for the day. It depends on how many floors this mine is. If it's only, like, from here down the elevator, we'll probably wrap this up and then end for the day. Because that should put us at a pretty nice halfway point, give or take. Because assuming there's one more section to this act, we would then be like more or less halfway through Act 2, and then if there's only Act 3, then it would just be an act and a half, basically, to beat the game. And ordinarily, I would say I'll do it next week, but I don't have anything in particular planned for tomorrow, so I may just do this today and tomorrow and just get it cleared right through this. We'll see how I feel. Yeah, repulsion's the thing I was talking about, where we can just blast everything away from us. Exploding arrows does gain damage. It's currently... I actually can't look, because even on this menu, it would just show me the... Actually, no, I can look. It's 1 to 15 right now, so it would gain 5 damage for me putting 6 points in. Probably not worth the priority. In fact, we haven't spent any points on combat reflexes in a bit, so I'm gonna grab a level of that. I like my attack speed. Some dodge? No, I was just talking about how useful deflect missiles is, so we'll go up to 20% chance to deflect. That should help a fair bit. I think we still didn't pick up anything too cool. Nope. But we are a little bit quicker on our attacks. I was checking to see if any of them were gonna blow up. I figure if I just open it as I'm running by, the odds of me exploding are less as likely than if I stood there and looked at each box as I opened it. So the last thing I need is to open a box and just kind of stand there as the bomb in it goes off in my face, right? Either I don't need more items for the elevator, or there'll be another item down this way somewhere, because we've cleared out everything up to this point now. Hedge your bets. Heal early, heal often. At least these smaller spiders don't poison, for some reason. This one's just spinning around. It's surprisingly hard to hit. Yep, he's figuring it out. You would think carpeting the entire area he's in with fire would kill him. But as it turns out, 1, I did a bad job aiming. 2, fire spreading's not really a thing in this game. That's a level 2 entrance, so presumably there's gonna be more than just one more floor. This floor wasn't that big, so... Oh! You found one of the 3 shaft gears needed to lower the hoist to mine level 2. 2 more shaft gears are needed for full operation. So I missed 2 somewhere. Wonderful. Wonderful. So is there a path I didn't go down, or did I miss them somewhere I've already been? That's the fun question of the day, isn't it? Time to walk around and watch for a square button prompt, I think. Looking for the gears. Might take us multiple years. Because the one we found was not super easy to spot. I was just mashing around and happened to pick it up. So this could get a bit bad. So it's almost certainly for the best that I get this out of the way now, rather than saving this for the future. Because I'll forget that I even need to go find them, walk all the way to the elevator and go, hey, why'd you leave these for me to go find? Mashing square in case it's anywhere. Was there like a whole path I didn't go down? Is that gonna be a thing? Am I gonna learn the hard way that I wasn't paying enough attention? Go either way with that one, really. In some ways, though, it's always kind of funny how fast you can get through games if you're just taking the direct path through them, versus how you've experienced games before. Also, my sword lit up, but I think that might have just been for the rat I stepped on. Not sure. No, there it goes lighting up again. But the rat ran by, so I think it literally is reacting to all things that aren't me in these places. So even the non-hostile, can't attack rats are lighting up my sword. Which is funny. If I stomp him and walk away from the other one, yep, there went the fire. So I think that's exactly how that works, actually. I think we found the gear that we did find over here. I think it was next to that dead guy there. You may or may not be able to hear me still mashing the button anyway, just to make sure. But it's looking like there was 2 other paths over here we didn't go down, so that's why we didn't get it. I chose the correct path, except the wrong path immediately. It was the correct path for where the exit was, but the wrong path for actually doing this efficiently. Which shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody, considering how long ago it was that I played this last. I almost died there because I wasn't paying attention to my health for a second. Because I just kind of zoned out walking along and stabbing my enemies. And suddenly, my health bar disappeared. Sir, stop that. We're also getting very worryingly low on healing items, though. Thankfully, ask and I shall receive. I say I'm getting low on healing, and suddenly, out of the woodwork come a bunch of healing potions. Though I really should start... well, no, I would say I should start investing in extra healing potions, but I don't think we can buy those. I think we still only can buy regulars. Even though our health bar very clearly is indicating we should be using stronger health potions than regulars. Because of how many we have to drink. But it's fine. Just means I buy 30 potions again, and eventually we run out again. I don't know what this guy was doing, just doing his little ritual circles around this random bit of wood here, but you know what? You do you, bud. I mean, you don't anymore because you're dead, but, you know. I don't hold his rituals against him, I just hold the fact that he's in my way and wants me dead against him. Ow, the stun locking. Missed me. Perish. So I assume there's a gear out here somewhere. There it is.
This looks important.
So they're actually fairly obvious on the ground, at least, so that helps me confirm that I didn't just somehow miss it in the previous area. That and the confirmation that there's areas I haven't been to basically make that a guaranteed thing. Imagine if I accidentally set off that barrel instead of activating the save point and I looked away expecting the save point to activate. Just imagine. He thought he was funny running away and shooting at me. And then he got vaporized. Who's laughing now? Ooh, an iron shield. That's better than the shield we're using. Or, I should say it'll be roughly equivalent. But it'll be more impressive. So, I believe the iron shield is heavier. By a lot. You know what? We're just gonna stick with our glowy blue shield then. I don't need to impress anybody. Everybody I meet dies anyway, so who am I gonna impress? They're ghosts. But, you know, I suppose making a good impression with the afterlife would be a good idea, but we don't need to worry about that yet. We ain't going there anytime soon. Unless something goes horribly wrong. Hey, look, something horribly wrong. I'm in danger. We're leaving. Before this turns into a whole tragedy.
Are you looking for anything in particular?
Go and sell that iron shield. Now, do you sell better healing potions? Nope, you sure don't. Alright.
Swords, axes, hammers. We have more
There we
than
go.
enough weapons for everyone.
Probably like 40 potions. Yeah, actually I was surprisingly right. 42. I just kind of guesstimated how many I bought, and I was right. Maybe 41 now because I need to use one to top off. It's fine. Like, obviously, on some level, I knew how many times I pressed the button. But when you're mashing it, it can be very easy to lose track of just how many times you actually push the button. Now to go into this mess, go get the last gear, and then see what the next floor looks like. And then I'll determine, based on that, whether I finish the mines or not. I'm definitely starting to fade. As you can probably tell, both by the slightly longer silences and just the fact that I'm not really saying anything that exciting at this point. One of you lived? Where? You. Die! Cease your fleeing. There we go. Let none survive. The aggressors will be removed. You know what? Somebody coming running after them with a flaming sword probably plays havoc with their dark vision, too. I seem to recall that they don't handle bright light very well. They're used to living down in the Underdark, where, as you might imagine, it's pretty dark most of the time. Outside of whatever light is placed there. I keep thinking all this spider blood is money. And it makes me very sad when I walk over it and nothing happens. Both because I don't get money and both because I realize it's spider blood. Oh, time out. Base. Okay, time in. I don't think studded boots +1 are worth looking at this point, because we have chain boots. Well, that was unfortunate timing. I didn't expect them to miss the shot at me. I actually genuinely expected them to hit me, which is why I just pressed forward. So I'm like, okay, I'll take the hit from their magic, it'll be fine. They miss the shot, hit the barrels, and suddenly it's not fine at all. There we go. We made it not fine for them instead. Way to poison your friends. Though I seem to recall that that's actually kind of a societal thing for them, is backstabbing is actually somewhat encouraged when done properly. You just need to not do it so obviously. Definitely a lot more dangerous down here with the magic-wielding drow ladies, though, I gotta say. Definitely more dangerous down here. Which, that is also a thing for them, is... I believe only the women could have certain kinds of magic / magic at all? Something along those lines? Like, they are a very matriarchal society, from what I recall. But it's been long enough since I've interacted with that at all that I could easily be way off base there. On the bright side, they're still just as fragile either way, so they will still die. Especially... I was gonna say especially when that barrel goes off, but then it didn't go off when the explosive arrow hit it, so... Man, there's a lot of you down here. Starting to understand more how the dwarves lost this fight, just because of sheer volume. And this is also not a world where dwarves are that great with magic, usually. Like, they have their own magic, like, to a certain degree. But a lot of other magic, not so much. Well, not quite how I intended that to work, but we still vaporized at least one of them, and that's good enough for me. It's seeming like this level of the mines is going to be pretty big. If nothing else, this is a long hallway. And I don't know if it's just a hallway or not. That serrated dagger kind of sucks, huh? This is kind of what I was talking about, though, where there was going to be a point where it's going to get a lot more dangerous because you're not keeping up with what you're dealing with. This is one of the areas where I feel like the gear curve doesn't quite keep up anymore. Like, you're just not getting good enough things to improve, to match what you're fighting. Similar thing happened, of course, in the Thieves Guild, as you might have noticed with how I was starting to have a lot more trouble there, too. But we were able to push up a bit more because of what was available in the shop there. Here, we're already kind of approaching the top end of what the shop has. So we can't really use that as an answer. Imagine if I could just push them into that big hole. Just boop. And then no more enemy. Like, we're still getting padded boots that drop, for example. which just really feels like a joke. Yes, just keep shooting your friends in the back. Don't hit me. Hitting me would further your enemy's goals, clearly. Because then they would succeed. You don't want that. It's peak treachery to let your opponent in front of you win so that your rivals fail. Sure are a lot of you down here, huh? Hee. No, he ran too far away from the barrels. Yeah, this place is definitely going to be a bit involved based on how many branches I'm seeing off of where we're going. So I think I'm going to deal with the rest of these mines next time. Next time either being tomorrow or next week, depending on how I feel tomorrow. But we got a good bit done. So it was definitely well worth it. Don't know what that means. What else was I gonna point out about? Oh yeah. Thursday, of course, the Headliners collab is still happening. Friday, we still don't have Abiotic. I double-checked with Mel. I had my week count wrong. So, next week is when Abiotic comes back. Not this week. So I'll have to figure out something to fill that out, which is part of why I'm thinking I'll actually just play this 2 days in a row in a rare turn of events. Just get that cleared through. As we will then start going into more regular schedule again, basically next week would be the idea at that point. Now, whether I actually follow through on that, y'all have seen how I do things for the most part by this point, where I will say I'm going to do something and then reschedule it literally like an hour before it was supposed to happen because I decided I wanted to do something else. Hang on. Sounds interesting. What is this? Oh, that. Okay. I saw somebody say Fusion, and I'm like, ooh, Metroid Fusion? No, it's Pokemon. I'm immediately less excited. You can't give me hope like that and take it away, damn it. So why would I be surprised by that happening? Either way, we will find a raid target here in a minute. I will find an answer to my question of where are we going. But like I said, Headliners Thursday, Friday, question mark. Saturday, we'll be doing our usual short run Saturday stuff. We will try to beat a few games this Saturday because we beat one game this past one. That's how I do that. I alternate those. Trying to keep the clear count up, but also keep things varied and interesting. Originally, I was trying to just do multiple every time, and it got very hard to find a list of multiple at a time during a week, so that ended up changing. And as I'd mentioned earlier, of course, I am going to follow through on what I said as best I can about trying to find people to play the second of these games and some other stuff. I do think that'll be a good time. Just gotta find the right people for it. And see, for one, if any of my usuals would even be willing to give it a try. I don't know what experience any of them have with these two in particular. This has not come up before. That's always one of those funny ones where it's like, well, this never came up. So what information do I have? Looks around. No information at all, huh? That's a shame. I have so many choices. Why is it always difficult to pick a raid target? I answered my own question, but that doesn't mean I have to be happy about the answer to my own question. Okay. It also doesn't help that I see people pop up on the right-hand side there, and it's like, oh! And then it's somebody else with a similar icon to the one I thought it was. It just gets confusing. Give it a refresh check, see who's still there. See if anything's changed. Which I remain in that awkward position of I can't actually use the following bar on the left-hand side because it doesn't actually cover everybody that's on because the list is too long. Maybe this one. Far in, are you? Yeah, sure. They've been very supportive, and I haven't sent y'all over there before. So that'll work. Obviously, I'm gonna snooze these ads because there's no point in y'all catching ads at the end here. That's just silly. We'll go see Amber Generation, who's playing some of the Sam & Max games, it looks like. They're going to be doing a whole slew of them throughout the month, so that should be fun. And Amber, as I said, has been nothing but supportive, so it's a good thing to go throw some support back their way. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Thank you again for the raids, if either of you are still here. Here's Cinder and Zwar. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow to probably finish this, possibly do something randomly. Who knows? Good night, everybody. Be good to Amber. Bye.